fall. But if I lack knowledge, then I am nothing at all. I can give away everything I possess, but without knowledge, I have no success. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the galaxy of intellectuals, invited guests, teachers, and my dear friends. I, Dr. Kamali Singla, your Master of Ceremony, welcomes you all to ACM India Student Chapter Summit 2021. Thank you so very much for being a part of this legendary inaugural ceremony. It is well said that salutations prop up hail and hearty associations. At the very outset, I would like to welcome Professor Jayant Haritsa, President, ACM India Council, Mr. Chandrasekhar Sahasrabuddhe, CEO, ACM India, Professor Vasudeva Verma, Chair, Internal Affairs Committee of ACM India Council, Dr. Archana Mantri, Vice Chancellor, Chitkara University, Professor Yogesh, Simmhan, Swarna Jayanti Fellow at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Ms. Shalini Kapoor, AI Director, IBM, Dr. Rajneesh Sharma, Dean Research and Dean Academics, Chitkara University, Punjab, Dr. Meenu Khurana, Dean, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Chitkara University, Punjab, Dr. Hemant Pandey, Dr. Venkateshwar, other distinguished guests, and respected session chairs, the members of organizing committee, and dear participants. Chitkara and its vicinity has always made sincere efforts in enhancing global society. The Chitkara University ACM Student Chapter is an official student body chartered on 28 February 2010. This chapter aims at creating a techno-motive environment for the students of the computer science field, apart from their regular course content. The chapter arranges various resourceful hands-on workshops, expert talks, industry-oriented courses, industrial visits, quizzes, and coding competitions. With an enormous amount of dedication towards its members, this chapter has received the Global Level ACM Excellence Award 2021 for outstanding community service. The forte of this chapter is to provide prerequisite knowledge along with competitive coding. Today, we are privileged to have amongst us fervent personalities who have shown their exquisite presence to transform this day into a mesmerizing occasion. The aim of this summit is to bring student chapters together that want to expand their horizons, share their journeys, and grow their impact. This summit aims at inspiring, recognizing, and providing a platform to student chapters for enhancing their activities for the betterment of society. At a common platform, different student chapters can showcase their best practices and also can learn new ways to serve the society. This summit also provides an opportunity for participants to listen to the stalwarts of technology and industry experts. Today's summit comprises of keynote talks, panel discussions, presentations by student chapters, and interaction with ACM members. Continuing with the tradition of Shubham Karoti Kalyanam, Arogyam Dhan Sampada, Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya, Deepa Jyoti Namostute. To begin the day, I would first clasp my hands before Goddess Saraswati, as she is the dispeller of all confusion and giver of wisdom. So, I request Dr. Sarajit Singh to kindly light the Jyoti virtually.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampada shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyotir namostute deepajyotir namostute shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampada Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sarajit Singh to kindly play the welcome video that have been composed by student members of Chitkara ACM Student Chapter to welcome all the participants wholeheartedly. So please.
Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, working together is a success. With a new day comes new possibilities, a new dawn has arisen, and with that, we feel honored to welcome our esteemed dignitaries and guests. I, Divpreet Kaur, the Vice Chair of Chitkara ACM Student Chapter, feel jubilant to honor the constant mentorship and assistance of Dr. Sarabjit, who stepped out of his comfort zone and assures the success of an event as well as provide an atmosphere for all-round development for the members. I also feel delighted to welcome our profound speakers, Dr. Jayant Haritsa, Professor Vasudeva Verma, Dr. Archana Mantri, Professor Yogesh Simmhan, and Ms. Shalini Kapoor, all the ACM India Council members and participants, and appreciate them for sparing their precious time for our confluence. On the road to success, there is always room to share appreciation and gratitude for the success of other people. We all have gathered to uphold the fidelity of this century, the age of machines and their related growth. We have assembled to portray our progress and search for possible areas of improvement. This event is a remarkable initiative. After all, it concerns the future of machinery and its importance in building a sustainable future for all. I hope we have a pleasant time ahead as we hope into a dispersal of invaluable information and look at what we have achieved and what is yet to come. I thank each one of you for sharing your valuable time and coming together for the ACM India Summit Student Chapter ACM India Student Chapter Summit 2021 hosted by Chitkara University. Thank you.
Thank you, students, for your overwhelming participation. Continuing with the proceedings of the day, I feel fortunate to have with us the person who has truly distinguished himself as an authority, both on experience of his research work and particularly association with many multifaceted domains. Professor Jayant Haritsa, President, ACM India Council, and Professor at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He is on the faculty of Department of Computational and Data Sciences and the Department of Computer Science and Automation at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He received his undergraduate degree from IIT Madras and PhD from University of Wisconsin-Madison. He is a fellow of ACM for his contributions to the design and implementation of database engines. He has been on the ACM India Council since 2018 and has chaired the steering committee of the annual IRISS Symposium. He is also on the steering committee of ACM India Awards. I'm extremely gratified in inviting Professor Jayant Haritsa, President, ACM India Council, to bequeath the welcome address. So please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Sir, already shared.
Yeah. So thank you very much indeed for the extremely warm introduction, despite the likely cold weather in Chandigarh right now. And good morning to all of you. At the outset, on behalf of the entire fraternity of ACM India, which now boasts of 12,000 plus members, I would like to extend my warm appreciation to the organizers of the Student Chapter Summit. It is a wonderful platform where our students get to interact with their peers and an opportunity to showcase their achievements. At the same time, they also get motivated to aspire for higher goals and accomplishments. While the computing community, as all of you already know, is very large and diverse, fundamentally it is students who are the real lifeblood and energy source. And I'm very gratified that we have such a large number of participants today. This sentiment also finds expression on the ACM International website, where it states that chapters are the engines that drive networking and learning on a local level. I would also like to express my deep appreciation to the faculty and administration of Chitkara University, led by their Vice Chancellor, Dr. Archana Mantri, for hosting and enthusiastically supporting this initiative. The Internal Engagements Committee of ACM India, led by Professor Vasudeva Verma from IIIT Hyderabad, have played a catalytic role to perfection. I would also like to highlight the roles of Professors Chitra Babu, Rajnish Sharma, Sarvajit Singh, Geetanjali Kale, Nildhara Mishra, and Chandrasekhar Sahasrabuddhe in bringing this event to fruition. Also, on a personal note, I'm very happy to see that one of my departmental colleagues, Professor Yogesh Simmhan, will be giving a keynote talk later in the summit. Now, although computing may appear to be a recent discipline, ACM was actually founded way back in 1947, coincidentally, exactly a month after India's independence. Since then, it has expanded to its current position as the largest educational and scientific computing society in the world. It now boasts of over 100,000 members worldwide, spread across the different grades from students to fellows. Coming closer home, ACM India was launched a decade ago in January 2010 to be precise, as a regional council on the lines of ACM Europe and ACM China to give focus to the activities in India. What is amazing is that despite its relatively short existence, ACM India has grown by leaps and bounds to become one of the largest communities worldwide, with more than 10% of the overall membership and about 15% of the chapters. And what is particularly gratifying and relevant to this summit is that more than 20% worldwide of the student chapters, numbering around 230, are located in India. And we have as many as 5,000 plus student members. This welcome situation has happened due to the initiative of all those attending today and your compatriots, and we would like to celebrate these efforts. Now, while as a nation, we can be justifiably proud of these large numbers, what about the quality of work done by these chapters? Are they only having samosa and pizza parties? Or have there been semantic contributions that we can proclaim from the rooftops? To answer this question, let me share a very welcome news that occurred in May of this year when ACM headquarters announced the ACM Student Chapter Excellence Awards, which recognizes the best across the globe. And it is a matter of great pride for us that of the 5 winners, there were 5 categories and 5 winners, as many as 3 were from India. To list them out, the winning chapters for outstanding chapter activities is from the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies located in Dehradun. Then for the outstanding website, we have the University School of Information, Communication and Technology located in New Delhi. And as was already mentioned earlier, for outstanding community service, your local host, Chitkara University, received the worldwide award. So we should really celebrate all their achievements here. So thank you very much to all these chapters for making ACM India and the students in particular visible on the world front. But at the same time, we should not rest on our laurels. Next year, our goal should be to get all the 5 awards from India. As you would have no doubt seen in both the recent 2 semifinals of the T20 World Cup, whenever teams get complacent, that victory is all but certain. And this happened both for England and Pakistan. The situation can change very quickly, and you can actually find yourself on the losing side. So I request all of you to approach the awards for 2022 with complete dedication and renewed effort, taking nothing for granted. And I'm very confident that we'll have very good news to share with the entire ACM India community next year as well. Now, education and research are core activities of ACM. In fact, it is carved into the very first line of its charter, where ACM describes itself as a scientific and educational organization. Gratifyingly, it also fits in well with the new educational policy, which most of you would be familiar with and was recently announced by the government of India, where creativity and innovation have been emphasized as opposed to the traditional rote learning. And it is a matter of pride for us that several ACM India members have played a key role in the formulation of this policy. There are also several programs such as the PhD Clinic, Ask Me Anything sessions, travel grants, and so on, which have been set up by ACM India specifically for benefiting students. And you can all access these focused initiatives from our portal. So for instance, a great forum to hear excellent and thought-provoking talks is the ACM India webinar series, which covers industry, education, and students, and features talks on a regular basis. In fact, I myself gave one a couple of months ago on the dangers of data science when carried out without adequate domain comprehension. Yet another potent platform for learning is the ACM India annual event, which will be held on February 12th next year. We will be featuring an exceptional lineup of keynote speakers, including Al Aho, the 2021 Turing Awardee, Margaret Martinosi, the 2020 Eckert Mockley Award in Computer Architecture, and two young stars from India, Shrikant Srinivasan and Manik Verma, who have made great and very visible strides in theoretical computer science and machine learning, respectively. Even though we are unfortunately forced to have these talks in virtual mode, the format has its own advantages as the reach is now much larger and all of you can attend. I strongly encourage you all to register and participate in these programs. For graduate students, just prior to the annual event, we host a dedicated symposium called ARCS, which stands for Academic Research and Careers for Students. The objective is to foster a sense of community, participation, and collaboration, and to receive high quality and proactive mentorship from the experts who also attend this event, as also role models and constructive feedback on your technical work. So I would strongly urge all the budding student researchers here to utilize these learning opportunities to the maximum. So in closing, I would like to again express my best wishes for this summit and appreciation to Chitkara University for providing both intellectual and infrastructural support to the ACM activities. From our side, I can assure with complete sincerity to all the student chapters that you will always receive complete support from ACM India in pursuing your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Action speaks louder than words. We have amongst us today the person who has strongly believed and followed this practical saying throughout his career. I take great pride in introducing Professor Vasudeva Verma, Chair of ACM India Internal Engagements Committee, Professor and a former Dean Research at IIIT Hyderabad. His research interests are in the broad areas of information retrieval, extraction and access, more specifically, natural language processing, social media analysis, cross-language information access, summarization, and semantic search. He is also working in the areas of cloud computing and reuse in software engineering. He is also the CEO of IIIT Hyderabad Foundation, which runs one of the largest technology incubators in India. The foundation manages IIIT's IP in technology transfers. Now I request our very respected Chair, Internal Affairs Committee of ACM India Council, Professor Vasudeva Verma, to kindly deliver his address. So please.
Thank you so much for, again, very kind introduction. On behalf of ACM India Internal Engagements Committee, I warmly welcome all the participants, and I'm very thankful to ACM India President, Professor Jayant Haritsa, and Chandrasekhar Sahasrabuddhe, all other committee members of ACM India, and also the fantastic team that is led by Madam Vice Chancellor Archana Mantri of Chitkara University, and all of you who have been playing very, very important role of organizing this flagship event of ACM India. India's all the, compared to all other events of ACM India, this is one of the most important events for all of us. I would like to introduce a few aspects of things that happen within ACM India. We have various kinds of chapters. First and foremost, the core is the set of students chapters that we have. As Professor Jayant Haritsa mentioned before, we have some of the largest number of chapters that are established in India. And then we are making significant waves in terms of attracting attention from the entire global fraternity of computing in terms of winning various awards and contributing to the larger society. In addition to the student chapters, we also have professional chapters where most of the cities have their own ACM India professional chapters, and all the professionals, young and experienced professionals, gather, and then they share knowledge amongst each other. And then we also have ACMW, ACM Women chapters, and ACMW student chapters. And also the SIG, Special Interest Group chapters that are based on each domain. For example, we have very vibrant SIG chapters for software engineering, for data sciences, for human-computer interaction, and so on. The important thing here is we need to really create synergy between all these chapters. The chapters, by themselves, they conduct several activities, and we have various ways of engaging with various communities like student community, professional community, and so on. But once we are able to establish this synergy and establishing it in various dimensions, for example, each region, all the professional chapters, student chapters, ACMW chapters, and then the SIG chapters within that community, with that particular region, can actually organize events and work together and create something that is of great value to the society in general. So that synergy is very, very important. And we have various kinds of, the dimensions, directions, and magnitudes of these chapters. It's very important to align these and then make sure that every stakeholder, every participant in these chapters will benefit from each other. And talking about ACM India student chapters, there's nothing that can be said that will be an overstatement in terms of our quality and quantity of work. But then why do we do all this? Why should students who are already burdened with so much of academic load and we have so many things to do should come together and be very active in various student chapters? That's a very important question that you should ask yourself. And then the moment you find the right answer to that, then I'm sure you will be able to leverage and kind of benefit from this particular act of volunteership. First and foremost, volunteering itself has so much of the happiness and then the sense of fulfillment and so on. Unfortunately, at least in Indian communities, the sense of volunteership is very, very less. And then obviously this is a great virtue that we all learn and then kind of, encourage ourselves, our friends to participate voluntarily without really expecting anything in doing things that will benefit humanity in general. So the sense of volunteerism itself is a benefit. This is what that all of us should actually understand. Second, and the most important, the second most important in the question to the answer to the question that why should you be engaging in all these activities is learning to lead. These are all the opportunities that will come to you if you participate in various activities like this. you will be able to inculcate this most important skill of this century and the next century, is the sense of leadership, ability to lead. Okay, so learning to lead, or that actually creating leaders out of all the people that what we have in a community and so on, it teaches us several things. First of all, it teaches us to be fearless. The fearlessness is an important contribution. For example, I can tell you several examples where there are opportunities where you just need to pick up your phone and call somebody who is very, like popular person, a significant, or a so-called big person, and then talk to them about what they need. I mean, what do they really need to be, what you can do for them to make their participation in this conference, an easy thing, right? So it essentially means that you are able to cross that big hurdle of communication, and communicating fearlessly, communicating with confidence. Doesn't matter who that other person with whom you are communicating. So fearlessness is an important thing, and the ability to handle various situations. If you are handling in events like this, you are conducting certain activities. In all these things, there will be several situations where you will get into difficult situations. Ability to handle all of these things. Okay, and this actually teaches several social skills which otherwise you will not have an opportunity to learn in schools, colleges, and universities. And of course, as you participate in this, as you are exposed to the events and then other things that are conducted by others, you have a sense of quality. For example, Chitkara University this year has set such a high bar in terms of the quality in conducting an event like this. Look at the meticulous attention that is paid to each and every aspect, starting from lighting the lamp to the introductions and the very meticulously planned program and so on, right? So once you sense that quality, you wanted to better it. So next time, whoever is conducting it, they have to reach and exceed the bar that is set by the previous set of people. And you'll also learn appreciating others. And this skill is, again, I cannot emphasize how important it is to get things done, to work as a team. You should be able to appreciate others and appreciate others in a right way so that we have sense of belonging, and also receive appreciation from others, not just for our instant gratification, but also to handle appreciation and be comfortable with it. One should not undermine the importance of such things. In addition to appreciation, we should also be able to handle criticism, right? All these opportunities that you have as student chapters in conducting small events, internal events, big events at the region level, at the national level, and perhaps at the international level. All these will teach you to handle all these things: appreciation, criticism, sense of quality, ability to handle various situations, and and then fearlessness and so on. And if you actually think about it, each of these ACM India student chapters are like micro organizations. You are the people who are running these organizations. While doing so, you are learning various things. You are learning to actually conduct or run an organization, an institution, a micro society in itself. So those are the skills that are required for 21st century and beyond. And those who throw themselves into these opportunities, into these challenges, and these are all things that are going to teach you the real life skills, leadership skills, and those are the steps in reaching your ultimate success. Nobody will be successful just by starting later in life something big without understanding these social skills, leadership skills, and so on. I just wanted to end with this, that we should know that all of us are learning systems. And our learning capabilities and the complexity is maybe 1,000 times more complex than the machine learning systems that we are dealing with, right? But like machine learning systems, the even human learning systems need situations, opportunities to better ourselves, to become more accurate, to become much more efficient, and to be able to create, to be able to mold ourselves into very efficient human beings and leaders. So I strongly urge all of you to jump into the situations, take these opportunities, convert them into lessons that are going to be very, very useful for us in the long run. So all the very best, and to the organizers, and then I'm very thankful for the Chitkara University for hosting this, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Gardens are not made by sitting in the shade. The best time to do something worthwhile is between yesterday and tomorrow. Now is the time to hear our visionary, Dr. Archana Mantri, Vice Chancellor, Chitkara University, Punjab, who is a person whose character strongly justifies the above sayings. She is a reservoir of cognizance and competency. She is an administrator of par excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to introduce Dr. Archana Mantri, who has done revolutionary work in research and development as well as academics. Dr. Archana Mantri is PhD in Electronics and Communication Engineering with 30 years of experience in research, development, training, academics, and administration of institutions of higher technical education. Her areas of expertise are project management, problem and project-based learning, curriculum design and development, pedagogical innovation and management, and her areas of interest includes change management, education technology, cognitive sciences, predictive analysis, technical writing, assessment technologies, augmented reality, and electronics and communication engineering. She has handled numerous international and national research projects and has guided several PhD and ME scholars. Now, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Archana Mantri, to deliver her address. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Kamali, for this illustrious introduction. However, with the illustrious gathering, including the students and various office bearers of ACM, this particular profile stands nowhere. My students and the past and the present and the future, they are going to be the torch bearers. Their profile means a lot. What profile they make ultimately from after passing out from this institute, that matters most. Having said that, anyways, thank you for the introduction, Kamali. I heard with profound interest what Vasudev ji had to say in just now, whatever he said. And every word of wisdom that he has delivered just now, has given just now to the students, I agree with all of them with utmost sincerity. I had not been able to hear to the past speakers before Vasudevji because I was traveling. I just landed and have just reached my office and was in time to join the session. This has been a privilege and an honor to host this particular event, which ACM office bearers thought that we could host. Thank you very much for that, first of all. And I welcome all the participants to this particular summit, which is, I was looking at the agenda, it is most of best practices sharing and experience sharing, how we can better ourselves more. And I think that is what is required in today's world, more than anything else. When I was hearing to Vasudev ji and I was relating it to the 12 graduate attributes which Abbott has given us. to all the engineering educators as well as to students. These 12 attributes, if you look at the first 5 of them, they are related to the content and curriculum and the whatever is taught and learned in higher education institutes like us. So the first one is the graduate attribute is related to knowledge base for engineering. The second is for problem analysis. The third is for investigation. Fourth is for design. Fifth is for use of engineering tools. All these 5, as I said, are related to the knowledge, skills, and other practical knowledge that we gain from being in an institute, whatever is taught to the students and whatever they learn. However, the rest 7 of them are interesting. And just for the what I want to relate and say, I would like to recapitulate and read it through once again. And the 6th one is individual and teamwork. This is the 6th attribute which the graduate, any graduate student, engineering student should have gained this attribute. The 7th one is communication skills. The 8th one is professionalism. The 9th one is impact of engineering on society and environment. 10th one, ethics and equity. 11th, economics and project management. And 12th, lifelong learning. And whatever Vasudevji just now said, it is related to these 7 attributes which Abbott also says. That is the advantage of being member of a professional society as early as possible in the student career as you can do. So join a professional society. You are already a member of professional society like ACM, but encourage more of your fellow students to join these professional societies, because these 7 attributes out of the 12 are achieved only through these professional activities, which chapters like ACM and professional organizations like ACM would encourage the students to do. So I'm happy once again and thankful once again to all the ACM office bearers, Jayantji, Hemanji, Vasudevji, Abhijatji, and Chandrasekharji. All of you, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. When I was told by Meenu ma'am that this year it's going to be a physical summit, I was so happy that we will be able to meet once again. But again, it has turned into be a virtual event. Nonetheless, I know that the spirits are not lower, although the event is virtual. So let's begin. And this particular summit also should be organized and celebrated like a celebration. Life is a celebration. We all should be in happy moments in all the times, but professionally. And these 7 attributes which are related so much to professionalism, ethics, equity, lifelong learning, all these you must keep in mind, all the students, all the organizers, that whenever you are sharing your best practices, think about how these 7 attributes can be actually inculcated, incorporated, and achieved while in the student life, while organizing these activities like these. With those words, thank you very much. And I'm hoping that there will be good deliberations during this whole day amongst the students and of course, amongst all the attendees. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity to address this gathering. Once again, thank you and welcome and have a good day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your all-time exemplary leadership and guidance. Your kind words always motivate us to do better in every endeavor we pursue. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request all the participants to kindly turn on their cameras as we are having a short group photograph. All the participants and respected delegates, all the distinguished members of today's event, kindly turn on their cameras. We are heading towards a group photograph. I request everybody to kindly turn on their cameras. Thank you so much for your cooperation and prompt response. Thank you, everybody. As it is rightly said that invention is the mixture of brains and materials. The more brains you use, the lesser materials you need. The distributed approach of cloud computing has really realized this view. Moving further, I would now like to request Professor Dr. Abhijat Vichare, member ACM India, to chair this session and invite Professor Yogesh Simmhan, Associate Professor, Department of Computational and Data Sciences, and a Swan Jayanti Fellow at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, to deliver keynote address on topic Distributed Analytics on Edge and Cloud Resources. So please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Let's begin this session, our first keynote address. That will be by Professor Yogesh Simmhan from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. You can see his profile on the website as well as elsewhere on the Student Summit chapter, Student Summit website, as well as his personal website at IISc. Be that as it may, let me just share a few things from my own personal side about Yogesh Simmhan. First of all, he is a systems person. His main work, as is evident from the title of the talk, is primarily on systems research. That's one thing that really binds us. He has had an extensive experience. I mean, I can't really emphasize how deep and how extensive his experience is. He has been, for example, the associate editor of the Journal of Parallel and Distributed Computing, amongst many other responsibilities that he carries. He has over 100 plus research papers, but that's one side of the story. The other side is the insight that he brings to us. It is therefore a great pleasure to welcome him and request him to deliver a keynote. What I would say is, everyone, please have a note about the things that he says about systems research. That's one thing that is not so common across students in India. Most students that we interact with normally like machine learning and neural networks and those kinds of things, artificial intelligence. But it's important to realize that all of these things are fundamentally based on systems. So let's welcome Yogesh to deliver his talk on the system side of this part. Welcome, Yogesh. Over to you.
Thanks a lot, Abhijit, for a very generous introduction. More than anything, I think once you're in academia long enough, something accrue over time. But one thing I would say that you should never lose over time is curiosity, right? So as a scientist, as even a human being, I would say, one of the key things that sets us apart, right, and keeps us sort of engaged over time, where we're mentally active and sort of contributing to society, is staying curious, staying creative, and wanting to know, not just using things, but asking yourself, how does it work, right? And can this be done better? And that really drives some of the research that we do in our group as well, in terms of asking yourself, and any systems researcher, I would say a systems researcher is much more a engineer, right? Or someone who's just curious, wants to fiddle around, seeing, hey, how can I make things better, right? Than anything else. And if you have that curiosity, you can definitely go places, right? So, and I also want to sort of doubly echo what Jayant and Vasu mentioned earlier on in terms of service, right? So that just cannot be overemphasized, right? In this day and age where we are all driven by well, what's the next thing I can buy on Amazon? When is the next sale coming online? What's the next tweet I can do, or social engagement or video I can watch in TikTok, right? Sometimes it helps to take a step back and say, hey, how is all of this helping society, helping humanity? How is it helping my neighbor next door, right? Or my colleague sitting in the next university or the next classroom, right? So stay curious, stay keep volunteering, and I think in general as a human being you'll grow better over time. Right? But now coming to the sort of focus of today's technical talk. Right?
One moment, Yogesh.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No
How
worries,
would you like to take the questions, if any?
I'm open to the format. I'll leave it to you. I'm okay with either interactive questions or towards the end, whatever you feel is best.
Okay, fine. So let's go ahead and let's have the questions on the chat, and maybe if there are questions in between, I'll interrupt. Otherwise, we'll take the questions at the end. Okay.
Perfectly fine. So feel free to interrupt me at any time. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Abhishek. All right. So let's talk about the theme of sort of systems research, and like many things, it's all comes with a rosy hue of machine learning and deep learning, as many things of technology are today, right? And one thing I do want to acknowledge before I start off, meaning a lot of much of the research that I'll be presenting is actually sort of spearheaded by many of the bright and hardworking students in my group, the Dream Lab group at the Indian Institute of Science, at the Computational Data Sciences Department. So full credit goes to them, and you'll see some of them listen to footnotes as well. So and in fact, some of the students in our department were sort of helpful in starting the first ACM student chapter at IAC. I mean, you'd think that ACM had a student chapter at IAC for a long time, but it's just got formed about 2-3 years back, right? So that again shows that just because you're good in research doesn't mean you're good in service, but you will eventually catch up, right? So, all right. So we all know how pervasive machine learning and deep learning are, right? So you can open a newspaper or a magazine or any web search, and you'll probably find something about machine learning and deep learning over there, right? It's not just technology any longer. It's almost like a commodity. It's almost like that's part of our daily life. Just like you take a vehicle for granted or a smartphone for granted. You don't think of a smartphone as high-end technology, right? It's just something that you use in your daily life, right? It's just a consumer good, right? So machine learning and deep learning have reached that kind of a ubiquity, right? So it's part of smartphone apps, it's in social media, e-commerce websites, you name it, you have machine learning and deep learning part of that. And it also affects physical systems, not just online presence and so on, right? So if you sort of go out on the street and you sort of you see signaling in traffic, right? So at least in some of the developed worlds, some of these might have been based on sort of various kinds of models that have been developed in terms of traffic flows and so on, right? And the sort of one of the biggest reasons why machine learning has grown so popular in the last few years, right? It's not like machine learning didn't exist, right? It's got a long history, many decades in the making, right? But machine learning and particularly deep learning have caught in the fancy and become popular, partly because of two reasons, right? So one is the massive availability of data, primarily through online sources, be it mobile apps, web pages, e-commerce websites, fintech transactions, and so on. So there's a lot of data being collected through your online interaction, but there's also a lot of data being collected through physical interaction. So if you go to a mall and the checkout counter, they ask you for your phone number, right? Effectively, they are tracking you in the physical world, right? So they next time you go to the same chain of stores in a different mall, in a different city, so sharing your phone number again when you check out, you're actually they effectively sort of sharing a piece of your personal information, right? And all of this in the back end accumulates to a lot of data, right? Likewise, whenever you make a payment at a particular store using Google Pay or Paytm or whatever it is. So at that point in time, it's not just a transaction they are performing, but Paytm actually has information that you made a purchase at a certain store, and that can subsequently be mined and build models for advertising and recommendations and so on. Likewise with things like e-commerce and the voice apps that you might have with Siri, Alexa, and so on, right? All of these, you get a service, you get a benefit, oftentimes for free or a very, very low price, right? But in return, you are sharing data, voluntary or involuntarily, right? And you're adding to the overall corpus of data that's available for building models. Right? So that's one part of the puzzle. The second part of the puzzle comes more from the availability of computing, right? So computing itself, as I said, has been democratized. Right? So what you have in your pocket as a smartphone is way, way, way more powerful, right, than one of the earliest mainframe computers that you might have had 20, 30 years back, and which used to cost millions of dollars. Right? So the computing has grown in leaps and bounds. Both the exponential progress of Moore's law, notwithstanding the sort of energy constraints and the multi-core transition and so on. It's not just that computing has grown as a technology, but computing has become affordable. So just like you can have access to a smartphone, likewise things like cloud computing give you cheap access to even large-scale computing, right? So without you having to be part of a sort of special group or in a special institution. In a sense, computing has been made cheap and democratized as well. So all of this have helped ML and deep learning be successful, right? So the methods themselves have been, the foundational methods have existed for a long period of time. But machine learning also has impact. It is costly, right? It's both costly in computing, it's costly in energy that's being used, and some of the more recent models like GPT-3 and the more recent one being Megatron from Microsoft and NVIDIA, they are trained over billions of tokens or billions of triples and so on, and these are extremely large in size, and these consume a lot of computing horsepower. Right? So this particular effort by Microsoft and NVIDIA, it was run on over 500 DGX servers, and each of them having 8 cards. So effectively using thousands of GPU cards for hundreds of hours in order to train such models. And as you can see, every few months or every year or so, a new model gets trained by another sort of competing company. And this is on top of all these smaller models that people are running around the world, right? So if Bitcoin mining is one no-op cycle that's being used for consuming computing power and energy as well, right? So machine learning is not too far behind. Right? So this is something to keep in mind, right? When you start looking at machine learning as not just a data science problem from an application domain perspective or data science problem from a methods perspective, coming up with new algorithms and methodologies and so on, but also machine learning as a systems problem, right? How do you actually scale these problems in so that you can sort of expand to more and more data, while at the same time conserving either the computing power or the energy consumption and so on, so that eventually technology is part of the solution to sustainability. It doesn't just be a problem to achieving energy sustainability. So one of the key sources of data for machine learning of late, right, has been through the Internet of Things, right? That's yet another sort of up and coming technology, right? That's through getting more and more popular and sort of commonplace all around you. Right? And Internet of Things is just, again, from a conceptual perspective, it's again existed for a long time, but we so happen to be at the convergence of affordable sensing, right? So something like a temperature sensor, right, or humidity sensor. I mean, it used to cost thousands of rupees, right, in the past, but nowadays you can get it for hundreds of rupees, right? Because it's all these devices are being mass manufactured at factories, and they're extremely cheap, right? By things like smartphones or sort of cameras and so on, right? Earlier on, having a CCTV camera used to be limited to large institutions or enterprises, but nowadays you can just go to Amazon for 1,000 rupees. You can get a CCTV camera and pop it in your house and connect it to your Wi-Fi router. Right? So sensing itself has become very cheap and widely available. Right? So which means their ability to collect data is sort of very simple. right? And that means that you can afford to have more and more sensors, and you are having more and more sensors. So nowadays you might even have if you buy an air conditioning unit or even sometimes a fridge or something like that, you might get a smart app along with that, right? Because you might be too lazy to reach for the remote control, but you have your smartphone around you all the time. So it's easier to sort of open your smartphone and have an app to turn up the temperature or turn down the temperature, rather than sort of walk to the remote to try to be sitting in the desk near you. Many consumer devices are being connected to the internet, which means that it gives you an ability to both observe the physical device as well as control the physical device, right? Likewise, things like sort of CCTV cameras within large cities, those again are sort of large sources of data, which can be subsequently mined for sort of hopefully meaningful use of services and so on, right? So the ability to collect data from the physical world on top of what you might do on the online world is becoming more commonplace. And part of the reason IoT has become sort of possible is also because communication has become cheap as well, right? So nowadays we take for granted that you have 4G connectivity, and if you don't have internet connectivity in a blind spot as you're driving, it's like a big deal, right? So, but if you even go back 20 years, it's not a really long time. Meaning even getting hold of a landline phone was not very easy, right? I've seen scenarios that people used to have a waiting list for getting hold of a landline phone, and now you sort of take sort of communication, access to internet 24/7 anywhere for granted, right? And it's also very, very affordable, right? As we've seen through sort of almost free services or extremely cheap services that are available, right? And it's not just communication that's enabling human connectivity, but it's also enabling device connectivity, right? So you can pop in your home camera and connect it to your Wi-Fi and not think about running wires anywhere. Meaning power is probably the only thing that's still wired, and it might not be too far in the future where even power is sort of supplied wirelessly over a slightly longer distance than a few centimeters. So communication is again all pervasive, and consequently, you also have a lot of availability of computing, as I've mentioned earlier on, right? So now that you have all the computing, communication, and sensing capabilities, right? What can you do with all of this, right? And you throw in machine learning into the mix, and you start wanting to use all of this data to have more smarter systems, right? How can you sort of control the physical system to behave more efficiently, more reliably, right? And being more sensitive to the needs of the people, right? So can an air conditioning unit automatically adjust to your personal preference of cooling settings the moment you walk into a room, right? Without you having to even turn on the AC or modify the settings. And likewise, as we start looking at things like even autonomous vehicles, right? Self-driving cars or drones and robots and so on, there again, you are looking at a form of an IoT system. Because when you look at a self-driving car, it's not just the sensors on the car that are coming in handy. You have sensors out beyond the car. You have even sensing data that's been collected by other vehicles that are applied on the same route and so on in the past, right? All of those are coming in handy in order to help you even navigate through the physical system, right? So the question is, how can all of these come together to make our life better, right? As an average citizen? And over here, one thing that becomes important is in many of these IoT systems is this closed loop cycle that you have. So you have to observe, right, which is sort of the sensing part of it, and you have to orient, sort of putting the data in context of what you already know in the past, and you have to take a decision based on what you have observed. Right? So the decision might be not to do anything, but even that is a conscious decision, or you might choose to do something, right, about the information that you've acquired, and this might again be based on machine learning models and other kinds of rule-based systems and so on. And based on the decision, you want to act, right? So the observe part and the act part is the interaction between the physical world and the digital world, right? While the orient and decide is typically at the sort of digital world or the cyber infrastructure side of things. But and the key part over here is that all of this oftentimes has to happen in real time, right? So in many of the use cases. And real time might be in the order of milliseconds, it might be in the order of seconds, depending on the particular application at play. But the point being that this has to happen quickly, right? And what can we do to achieve this kind of a real-time behavior? Right? And IoT, as I mentioned, is also a big data challenge. This is a machine learning challenge, given all the information that you have to collect and parse and take decisions, especially the decision-making part and orientation part. IoT, machine learning plays a key role in terms of parsing the data and making a decision, right? And this has to obviously scale to potentially thousands of sensors, if not millions of sensors. If you take a sort of smart city where you have data coming in from potentially every resident from the smart power meter, right, in terms of understanding how their power usage profile is. So you might have millions of sensor readings coming in continuously, maybe every 15 minutes or so. And you might want to use that for deciding how you operate your power grid on that particular day. It's a cloudy day today at Bangalore. So maybe the air conditioning units are not going to be used so much, right? So can I actually build a time series profile based on current usage, along with things like weather models and so on, to say that, hey, here's going to be my peak load that I'm going to hit within the power grid. So I can sort of afford to maybe shut down some of my electricity generation, right? And sort of reduce my carbon footprint as a consequence of that, right? So these are the kinds of intelligent decisions that you can take, right? Based on data that you get in real time. And so tying this to the computing layer, right? So cloud computing is one of the probably I think we've reached the point where there are more servers running within cloud data centers than running within individual institutions, right? And these are large-scale data centers housing tens of thousands of servers that are centrally managed, right? Within these certainly large farms, and you have sort of typically captive cooling present. You might even have power supply from a local generation station or from a hydel electric power station and so on at low prices. And you have virtualized infrastructure, right? So which means that you don't have to sort of, you can rent a virtual machine or even a container for that matter for a few minutes on these large scale servers and just pay for what you use, right? So you get massive economies of scale. Essentially, you get wholesale pricing that the cloud providers get. People like Microsoft and Amazon and Google and so on, right? These are all some of the large cloud providers. So they are able to buy servers at a deep discount, right? Because they're buying thousands of these at a time, right? They're able to negotiate lower pricing for power, right? And so on. Right? So in a sense, they are a wholesale business, but they also do retail when it comes to selling the computing to you, right? And that means that you get much cheaper computing. And more importantly, you don't have to worry about purchasing a server and maintaining it and having sysadmin and so on. So that really is sort of a bigger benefit compared to even the cost of buying hardware. Sometimes the cost of buying hardware might be affordable, but maintaining hardware and all the infrastructure that goes along with that can be much more challenging, right? And so if you want, you could literally go today and buy 100 virtual machines, right? And use it for 10 minutes for training some models, right? And probably pay about 100 rupees or so. That's it, right? So, and sort of use it for 10 minutes, give it up, and that's it. You just pay 100 rupees, as opposed to if you had to buy 100 physical servers, you would probably be paying lakhs of rupees, right? So having instantaneous access to large-scale computing on demand for affordable prices, right? And available to anyone who's willing to pay. If you have a credit card, that's all you need to purchase a VM, right? That has made it much more possible to actually train machine learning models without having to invest upfront in large-scale computing infrastructure. Right? At the same time, with the advent of Internet of Things, we are also seeing more of these smaller scale devices, right, that are being deployed on the field as part of the sensing infrastructure sometimes. Right? Something like a Raspberry Pi device, right? So which is almost the size of slightly larger than a credit card, right? So it's in terms of your form factor, maybe a couple of centimeters thick. And that's about it. It will fit within the palm of your hand. Right? It's as small as these edge devices. I think even some of these accelerated devices like an edge TPU or from a low-end GPU card, like the NVIDIA Jetson devices and so on, right? These are all extremely small form factors, barely a couple of inches wide. And you can tuck it away. It's probably going to be smaller than even a camera that you might purchase, right, to mount on top of a city surveillance network. Right? So computing is typically present at the edge of the network, right? And the edge refers to the edge of the internet, right? As opposed to core of the internet, which is where your ISPs and your data centers are present, right? So computing is actually being pushed closer to where the data source is and closer to the edge of the network. And these devices are captive in the sense that you already purchased it, you already paid for it, you're going to be using it for next 3-4 years or so. So this is computing capability that's available for you. And these have traditionally been used to move data from your sensing device, right? So go from the analog to digital space and then push this digital data off to the cloud for eventual processing in the cloud. But there's a growing recognition that as these edge computing devices become non-trivial in computing capabilities, right? You actually want to start doing some computing on top of these edge devices as well, right? So one is to possibly reduce the cost of computing. Because in the cloud, you are still paying for computing that you use, but on the edge, it's more or less free because you already paid for the hardware a priori, right? But it's also useful if you want to, let's say, reduce the data movement, right? So if you have a lot of video data that you've collected, right? So sending all the data to the cloud for processing might be costly from both from a bandwidth perspective, as well as sort of the storage that you might have to pay in the backend, right? And if you want to use this data just for, let's say, training a model, right, or for doing some kind of a detection of some specific entities of interest, you don't necessarily need to move all this data to the cloud. You can potentially do some of the computing on the edge itself, right? So reducing the time it takes for doing computing, right? Because there's also latency time involved with moving data from the edge to the cloud, and that it might run into, let's say, a few hundreds of milliseconds or a few seconds. But in some application scenarios, even that few seconds of latency for moving the data to the cloud, performing computing on the cloud, and bringing the response back, the OODA loop that we saw earlier on, right? A few seconds or tens of seconds might not be acceptable. There again, edge computing can be useful. And lastly, when there are issues of privacy, right? If you don't want to move the data to a central data center, or you want some kind of a localization within your local network of your data, there again, edge computing plays a role, right? So irrespective of the reason for doing edge computing, there are sort of the question is how can we most efficiently use such edge devices to complement cloud computing. The idea is not to replace it, but to see how best these can fill the gaps that you might have. Right. So broadly speaking, the question that we are trying to answer is how can machine learning sort of problems that you want to solve be solved using edge and cloud computing systems in order to build scalable, resilient, and privacy respecting models. Right? So in this context, I'll give you a couple of use case examples based on research that we're doing within our lab, right? And these can sort of be bootstrap ideas that for you yourself to pursue if you're interested in the area of systems research for machine learning, right? And these are just a few of the examples. I'm more than happy to take additional questions and share additional thoughts on possible technical problems as well. Right? One question that we are looking to address is how can yet another emerging technology area when it comes to autonomous vehicles, how can that benefit from some of the advances in machine learning and edge computing, right? And when it comes to autonomous systems, autonomous aerial vehicles, or what's called drones, are probably going to be much more feasible within India compared to self-driving cars or trucks, right? So the Indian urban roads are just not designed for autonomous navigation, right? But on the other hand, the airspace is much more free, at least as of now. And there have also been much more favorable and progressive policies from the government, from the DGCA and so on, in terms of promoting the use of drones, right? And autonomous flying vehicles as a platform for mobility and also a platform for logistics and so on over time, right? So in India, something like drones are not, they're already starting to be out there. You see the news that, hey, a drone was able to supply a vaccination to a remote area, or a drone was able to monitor the flooding in Chennai that took place last week and so on. So drones are already sort of seeing niche uses, but I would argue that in the next 10 years, drones are probably going to be as common as the Swiggy and Dunzo vehicles that you see on the roads out there, right? So that it's highly probable that that's going to happen. So the question is, how can such drones, which to me are another form of Internet of Things, it's another form of edge computing, right? A drone is a flying computer with sensors and networking on top of it, right? Is one way to think about it. So how can some of these drone-based computing, in a sense, or drone-based analytics be enabled, right? By bringing in ideas from machine learning, IoT, edge computing, and so on. So just to give examples besides consumer use of drones for taking pictures and so on, right, which is anyway popular. So you can sort of have a drone go to a 360-degree view of you and get a nice video. But from a practical perspective, from a commercial perspective, drones are commonly used for doing surveys of, let's say, construction sites that might be remote to see what the progress of buildings are. They are used for surveying, let's say, long distance power lines to see if there are any sparks that are coming or any maintenance that's required for these high tension poles that are going across different cities. It's used for traffic monitoring. It's used for urban safety. So drones are, and it's even used for things like sort of monitoring, let's say, the pollution levels, right, or sort of monitoring other kinds of ambient parameters at different locations, right? And on top of this, you also have things like logistics and so on, where you want to move packages or deliver packages from a city or across different neighboring towns and so on as well, right? So drones have a variety of uses, partly because of their mobility, their ability to carry payloads, their ability to carry sensors, and so on, right? So given all of this, one way to think about a drone, like I said, is as a IoT system, right? You got sensors on board, you got communication through Wi-Fi or cellular, and you got computation on board, right? In fact, many of the drones, commercial drones that you would see, actually have an onboard computer. It might have an edge computing device like a Raspberry Pi, or more frequently, like an NVIDIA Jetson device with a low-end GPU card present on them as well, right? And this is just a Linux machine, right? That's sitting on top of it. You can literally do an SSH to that machine and log into it, right? And the sort of things like the fly-by-wire controls and so on, those sit in the firmware. They have their own sort of system, but you could potentially control those through control signals that the computing device on top of the drone receives as well, right? And a sensor on board the drone is just like another sensor connected to your computing device, right? So that's why it's not far-fetched to imagine a drone as a flying computer, right? And just as you might want to do analysis on top of data that you collect, or sensor data that you collect from a sensor connected to a computer, you might want to do the same thing on top of drones as well, right? So tying this into one use case that we are currently examining, right? So how can drones be put to interesting or socially impactful use, right? So one scenario that we are sort of exploring, right, is how can drones potentially be used for helping assist people who might have various kinds of visual challenges, right? To in order to help them navigate. You already have technologies such as a shoulder-mounted camera that people who are visually impaired can carry around and in a backpack, and it'll actually give them cues in terms of what to do. It's almost like an alternative to a seeing eye dog, right? Or you even have things like smart cane that you might have that does the sensing from a cane from sensor present in the cane to relieve their obstacles out there. So similarly, you can think of drones as almost being a buddy for such visually challenged people and helping them sort of navigate the landscape. Right? And this can be used, for example, to prompt them saying that, hey, there's an obstacle ahead of you, so take precautions. Or you might say that, hey, if you want to go from point A to point B, it can almost be like a GPS saying that, hey, go straight, take a left, take a right, and so on and so on, right? And lastly, it can also help in the case there's an emergency, in case they fall down, they need some assistance and so on. It can be used to trigger that, right? Besides many other things, right? So, but the key point is that you want this to be, in a sense, automated. And one of the key ways to automate it is by actually using the camera sensors placed in the drone to actually interact with the user, right? So to just observe the person see what they are doing, and along with this maybe a mobile phone app that will be present, for example, download sort of routes and so on. You can interface with them and also possibly give them auditory cues through a smartphone as well, right? Or even take visual signals, so they might sort of raise their hand or make a sort of hand gesture in order for the drone to perform some task. Right? Point being that it has to be sort of as seamless as possible to help the individual. Right? So now, where does analytics and systems play a role over here? So this is actually a video that my PhD student Simmhan and one of our interns took. I'm just going to play this for you. There's no audio over here, so you don't have to worry about that. But let's see if the video works. Okay, so the drone is over here. So you see the circle over here. This is an external camera, so from a smartphone you're recording it. But what you see on the left over here is a camera on board the drone. Right? And this is a very small, one of those nanocopters that weigh less than 100 grams. You can buy it off the shelf for a few thousand rupees. And you see, what you're going to see over here is the drone is autonomously following this person, right, based on the vest that they are wearing, right? So when Sokat moves around in this is the area in front of our department, the drone will autonomous. He's not sending any signals to the drone. Right? Drone is just tracking Sokat automatically, right? And that's what you'll see in this video, right? And what you see on the left is what the drone sees, and what you see is the bounding box is essentially a YOLO model that's running on the computing on the drone. Right? And based on what this model returns, there is a separate control loop that's running that's actually controlling the movement of the drone. Right? So as Sogat moves around, machine learning analytics takes place using a deep model inferencing. Control signals are decided, and the control signals are sent to the drone in order to turn it left or turn it right or go forward and so on. Right? So this is an example of, again, a combination of sort of machine learning, drones, and a closed loop OODA cycle in order to perform a tracking suggestion. Again, this is just a feasibility study, but there's a lot more that's currently being done to sort of make this more interesting. Right? But what are some of the systems problems that are exposed by this? So this is sort of a use case, right? So, but one problem that we're currently working on, right, is that you would possibly have the equivalent of a low-end GPU device sitting on your on an individual, right? In the earlier example, Sokat was carrying a laptop around, but that laptop would be replaced by already replaced by a Jetson Nano device. That's, like I said, this barely it can fit in the palm of your hand, right? You can put it in your sort of handbag and not even notice that it's there, right? So it's an extremely small device, but it runs 128 core Maxwell NVIDIA graphics card, along with a 4-core ARM processor and 4 GB of RAM, right? So the CPU and GPU, like RAM, are probably comparable to any medium-end smartphone, but the availability of these GPU cards is really what makes it much more useful, right? So here, one of the questions that we're trying to answer, right, is how can you optimally use the compute capabilities available on this edge device, right, and potentially complemented by cloud computing that's available remotely in order to make timely decisions, right, to support the requirements of the user, right? Here you can imagine that there are multiple applications that are run, right? If you want to think of an app store kind of thing for helping the visually challenged person, you can think of the most basic app you would have is just track, as I walk around, track my behavior. So for this, you have to take the video feed. You have to essentially do real-time sort of inferencing of or detection of where that person is within the frame, and then probably do a reorientation so that the drone is able to follow this person. Right? So this has to happen with the higher priority because you don't want to lose track of the person that you're tracking. Right? That's the highest priority task. But on top of that, you might have the user might have sort of downloaded other apps in a sense. Right? Let's say that, hey, if you see some interesting, I'm looking for, let's say, a coffee shop. Right? So if you see a coffee shop somewhere in the sort of vicinity, right, based on just the visual camera feed, right? So notify, right? So that might be another app that's running, right? So similarly, or if you see some kind of a crowd coming and people are not wearing their mask, right? Notify me, right? So you can think of different types of analytics that the user might register an interest right, with this drone and the analytics running within that, and ask to be alerted or informed, right? So now, obviously, something like tracking and sort of giving emergency assistance to the user is more important from a priority perspective than, let's say, pointing out some nearby scenes of interest, right? So here again, you have to think about how can you manage all of this different types of tasks that you might be running on top of real-time video stream and prioritize them in terms of getting access to the computing power available on the edge, right? And for things that have a lower priority or that have a more relaxed deadline, you might even offload to the cloud, right? Because you can afford the network latency between the edge and the cloud to send this sort of video snippet off to the cloud, do the analytics from the cloud, and get a response back from the cloud and inform the user, right? So this opens up very interesting system search problems. And you start thinking of this as a fleet of drones, not as a single drone or a single user, but a community of users, right? With their own drones and edge devices. You can even think about collaborative computing, right? So you don't necessarily have to do computing on top of your edge device as a user is having another person, but it could be another user, right? They might be in a park and there may be 2 or 3 other users like that. And can you offload the computing to someone else, someone else's edge device, in case you are running out of horsepower in your local machine, or maybe your local machine is running low on battery and so on, right? So you can imagine a variety of these systems problems that emerge as a consequence of wanting to do edge computing in real time using multiple analytics that are running on the edge in collaboration with the cloud as well, right? So that's one use case, right? Another sort of research problem that we are tackling is more on doing training on the edge. The earlier one was more doing inferencing on the edge, but you can also think of doing training on the edge. And this is a lot of this edge training has been motivated through 2 scenarios, right? So one is that edge themselves are starting to be good sources of training data, right? So you can think of you're using some kind of a keyboard in your smartphone, right? And you sort of it makes some suggestions for auto completion, right? Or it might sort of try to fix what it thinks is a typo, right? And if it makes a wrong suggestion, you can actually fix it, saying that, or it will give you 3 choices and you might pick one of the 3 choices, right? So at the moment sort of you give feedback to the system, you have just created one data point for training, right? Likewise, if you have some Siri or Alexa, some voice-based agent, right, that's there, and you sort of ask it a question, right? And it gives you some answer which is not the correct interpretation of your question. And you say, no, give me something else. You try it in a different way, right? At that point, again, you are given feedback to the system saying that, hey, this is a new piece of training data, right? Or if you are doing some kind of a tagging on top of photos and videos, right? So say you're tagging your friends and so on, right? So that again is another source of data. Point being that anytime you have a human interaction with a system that's giving some form of a feedback, you might not think of it as a feedback, right? But even when you're actually filling in captchas, right? Captcha images on your web browser, effectively you are giving it a piece of training data, because the captchas, maybe 3 out of the 4 captchas that you're sort of filling in might be known to the system, but the 4th one is not known to the system, right? And you don't know which of the 4 is actually training data and which of them is testing data, right? So given that training data is being collected on the edge, one question is, can you even do training on the edge itself rather than just centralizing the training, right? And here you both want to make use of the captive computing power that you might have on your mobile phone, or in the case that we saw, an edge computing device like a Jetson, right? Another reason why you might want to do this is to also from a privacy perspective. You're not comfortable sending your data to the cloud, right? But rather you might be okay with sending a trained model to a centralized server, or you might be willing to share a trained model with Google, but not the raw data with Google, right? That's another reason why you might want to do training on the edge as well, right? So in this context, meaning federated machine learning has gained popularity in the last couple of years. And it's just a variation of your classic deep learning training, right? So instead of collecting all the data, training data in the cloud and training a single model, what you do is that you retain data on the different edge devices, right? And you start training a local model on each of the edge devices, right? So each of the edge devices will start with some random noise as a model. You will take a mini batch of the local data that's present on each of the edges locally, and you'll train a model. First, you'll do the forward pass, and then you'll do the backward pass locally to sort of send back the gradients. You'll improve the model. You'll send the next mini batch of data through it for another forward pass, and you'll keep repeating this over many epochs, right? Until each of them have trained a local model, right? Now, at this point in time, let's say each of them has a reasonable local model. They'll send this local model to the central server. Right? And the local model, for the most part, has effectively anonymized your raw data, right? So it's very difficult, if not impossible, to get back a raw piece of data from this model as such, right? Now, these local models can then be aggregated in the central server to give a more powerful global model, right? Which has the learnings from all these 4 different models in this particular case, right? And this global model is then sent back to these different edge devices to do another round of retraining, right? And we do a few rounds of this retraining before the global model itself stabilizes, right? This is the idea behind federated learning. Okay? Now, one of the questions that we are trying to answer is how good are edge devices for performing such federated learning, right? Because a lot of federated learning has actually been explored in the context of distributed servers rather than or GPU workstations rather than necessarily edge devices. So we are trying to understand a little bit of how edge devices like Jetsons and so on do in terms of federated learning, right? So Abhijit, just a quick sanity check on the time that I have. I just don't want to overshoot and not leave any time for questions.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we do have some time, around say 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, good. Yeah. So I'll try to wrap up in 5 minutes or so. Great. So some of the questions that we're trying to answer are how good are various accelerated edge devices in terms of performing federated learning. Right? Edge devices have been used fairly commonly for inference, right? As we even saw in the earlier example, it's not uncommon, right? But when it comes to training, it's still a sort of training on the edge. It's still evolving area, right? And edge devices, unlike your sort of GPU workstations or servers, they have very, very different system characteristics, right? So energy might be, they run typically ARM or other kinds of energy efficient processors. So their CPU behavior might be different. Obviously, the GPUs are much more of a low end GPUs that are running maybe fewer cores or earlier generation CUDA cores. Even things like your sort of the energy profiles that you might have, right, in terms of the CPU speeds that you can control, or even the GPU speeds that you might control on the edge devices are much more flexible, right? So I can even sort of control, let's say, the speed at which my memory controller operates on these edge devices, which you would not very commonly use within something like a server, but I might want to use in my edge device because I might want to, my edge device might be connected to, let's say, a battery pack present on the drone, and I don't want to sort of waste power on computing if I can afford to get the job done with lower power. So, and edge devices also have much different storage media, meaning they might have everything from a hard disk to an SSD to sort of one of your NVMe PCIe cards to an SD card. So the variety of storage media is again diverse, as well as the communication mechanism might be anything from Wi-Fi to cellular to even LAN for that matter, right? So there's a much more heterogeneity within your edge device compared to your traditional workstation or your server, right? And you want to sort of understand the performance of edge training so that you can optimize their behavior, right? And you can also have more interesting problems like you're doing federated learning, a large number of edge devices. Right? How do you even sample these edge devices based on their computing capability and the network connectivity and so on, so that you can converge faster while still not having good representation of the data sets from all the edge devices. So I'll specifically share some recent results that we have from doing some benchmarking on 2 NVIDIA Jetson devices. These are the current generation Xavier AGX and NX devices from NVIDIA. And these are the specs. These are they have 6 and AGX is a faster card, while NX is a slightly slower one. AGX has 8 ARM cores, NX has 6. And AGX also has a faster CPU clock speed. And the AGX, I don't see that listed over here, but AGX has many more GPU cores compared to the NX as well, right? So, and it has more memory as well as a larger power budget. Right? We ran certain benchmarks using the PyTorch deep learning framework and using Flower as the federated layer on top of PyTorch. And we sort of evaluated various benchmarks when training the MobileNet V3 on the Google Landmarks dataset, which is about close to 3 GB in size with 23,000 images, annotated images, right? And we look at the sort of local model training pipeline within PyTorch. It consists of a fetch phase where you fetch the training images from disk onto memory. And then you do some kind of a CPU preprocessing on top of the images that you have loaded. And just to prepare them for eventual training. And then you actually offload the training part itself to the GPU for computation, right? And this part keeps getting repeated again and again and again across multiple epochs, with each epoch handling a subset of the training data. So there are a couple of questions that we tried to answer as part of this study. Right? So one was, what's the impact of having using different storage media within the edge device, right? So for me, the cost and performance and trade-off that I might get from a hard disk, which might have 1 terabyte of space, might be different from what I might get from an NVMe SD card, SSD card, right? Which might have a lower storage capacity, but better performance. And which might be different from using an SD card, right? Which might have a different mix of cost and performance as well, right? So understanding that was one of our questions. And that ties in with the pipelining behavior, right, of your training, right? So when you're training it, so your GPU compute on a previous batch could be running as you're doing a fetch and pre-processing of the next batch of training, right? So, and this is something you can enable or disable, and you can also have multiple threads that are doing the fetch and pre-process while the GPU compute is going on. So we want to understand the effect of the number of IO workers on the both the overall end-to-end time, but more importantly, how often the GPU is stalled or waiting for the IO to complete before it can proceed, right? And what we see is that in the absence of pipelining, which means that you don't have any IO workers, the same thread is doing GPU compute and then switching over to IO. The stall time is much higher. These are in seconds per epoch. So we are looking at about 10 minutes or so just for loading the sort of data. This is cumulative across all entire training phase. But if you have even a single worker, you are able to hide the IO time through pipelining, but not in the case of hard disk, right? Because hard disk is still slow with a single IO thread, that you're still not done with fully loading the data by the time the GPU is done completing the previous batch. But the moment you have 2 threads, even with the hard disk, 2 IO threads, that's able to adequately make use of full disk bandwidth available, as well as the CPU compute power in order to solve the problem, right? So that's one sort of outcome that we had. And another one was in terms of the effect of caching. This Linux system caches any disk accesses that you make. Disk blocks are cached in memory and reused. And if your data set is small enough, what you see is that the entire data set can actually fit within the memory of even the NX device. So for the first epoch, you are doing a lot of read throughputs, read IOPS to load the data. But the moment you have loaded it, it's cached by the Linux sort of caching layer. And for the next epoch, it actually reads from cache, it doesn't read from disk, right? So your training time actually drops down a fair bit, right? So it goes down to the more the data is cached in memory, the less the training time. It goes down from almost 3,000 seconds to about 200 seconds. But if the data does not fully fit in memory, it only partially fits in memory, the training time increases. And if it doesn't fit in memory at all, or a very small fraction, the training time is much higher. So these are kind of systems analysis that you could do in order to, and there are many more that we're trying to look into as part of this study. So I'll just sort of maybe spend a minute on this and then wrap up. Because one of the questions that you might have is, hey, okay, this is great, so nice, interesting work. I'm interested, but how do I get onto it? Right? Do I have to sort of, I don't have the resources to do that, right? And there, I want to sort of disabuse of the lack of resources comment, right? So some of these edge devices and drones and so on only cost a few thousand, right? So again, it might, I believe it's modest, meaning the cost we might pay for some purchase on Amazon or Flipkart, but sort of be put to good use for learning. But the point is, it's not very costly to get. It's cheaper than buying a workstation. Let me put it that way, right? To set up a small edge test bed, right, or even a drone test bed, right, and physically try out these things, right? So that's one thing. The other is, even if you're not able to do that, you do have access to emulation systems and simulation systems where you can mimic the behavior of real systems, right, using a variety of these platforms. So you have simulation platforms like NS3 for network simulation, and things like Gazebo and so on for drone simulators and so on, and even containers for that matter to simulate many of these things. So point being that getting into research in this area, there shouldn't be any impediment other than your motivation and the time that you spend. Right? So with that, I'm going to stop. And I do want to acknowledge, like I said, all the students in my lab who sort of have contributed to all of this and have made for an interesting systems journey for me at IISc. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Hello, everyone. The floor is open for questions. You can post your questions on the chat. Yogesh, I do have one quick question though.
Sure.
There were many things that you did mention in your talk. One of the ideas, one of the things that I understand is the difference between edge computing and cloud computing. And when you are designing, when you are solving a problem, like maybe a drone as a delivery system, what you're really doing is to think of what can be computed on the drone itself, that is the edge, and what can be computed on the cloud, and which means that you're sort of dividing the computation between these two. As much as I understand, as a student, I do get a lot of Python packages or Python or whatever packages that I just use. How do people like, say, NVIDIA or Microsoft write those system software? Any suggestions? Yeah.
Sure, I don't have specific insights into how NVIDIA or Microsoft does that, but at the end of the day, right? So if you look at machine learning, it boils down to a lot of linear algebra computation, right? Matrix multiplications and so on, right? And even the Python libraries that you use, behind the scenes, they're probably going to call some kind of a C library or a C++ library that does these matrix operations, right? So what runs on the GPU is not a Python code, but it's some kind of a matrix multiplication operator, right? And the Python code is just a wrapper around it to make it easier to program, right? And even the optimizations that you see, what at least what NVIDIA works on, right, is how do you sort of vectorize some of these matrix operations, right? How do you sort of do things like control the precision of these floating point operations, right? From 64 bits to 8 bits in order to speed up the computation with some marginal sacrifice in accuracy, right? So when you look at optimizing the performance of machine learning, it oftentimes is not very different from what scientific computing and people in computational science work on in terms of optimizing matrix-based and vector-based operations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Abhijat,
Yeah.
This is Hemant. I don't know if it is for everybody, but for me, the chat is disabled. Huh?
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, I guess I suppose we can unmute organizers. Can you help here? Or enable the chat if anyone has questions?
Yeah, looks like the chat is enabled now.
Okay. Thanks, Simmhan. Thanks for pointing that out. For me, the chat was available, so I did not really note it. So, continuing on this question, Yogesh, one more quick one. Can I sort of, I mean, is it possible that the NVIDIA people have their language team which works on these optimizations, etc.? So there is a compiler team in NVIDIA that is looking at how to optimize for the GPU architecture. Is there something like this possible?
Yeah, for sure, right? So in fact, I myself am a recent entrant to looking at some of these GPU-based optimizations, more from the edge perspective, right? So, and then there is a lot of some fancy compiler work that goes on behind the scenes. And then many of it, these are all sort of made available to sort of for public to use at large eventually, right? And given that NVIDIA works both on the hardware and the compiler, it sort of makes perfect sense for them to try to make the best use of the underlying hardware, right? In order to get the most bang for buck. And specifically, they do focus on these kinds of machine learning sort of packages, right? But for it to really flow through to the end user, right? Typically, it requires like the end user frameworks like TensorFlow or PyTorch and Keras and so on. They need to actually incorporate the features provided by the NVIDIA compiler in order for you to really get their benefits, right? Because very few people actually directly program on top of CUDA, right? When they are doing machine learning training, right? So they prefer to use these Python frameworks, right? And sometimes there is a bit of a phase lag, right, between the NVIDIA releasing features and it being incorporated. And even then, sometimes it's based on our own experiences, it's not perfectly integrated, right? So you'll have to wait for 2 or 3 iterations or versions of these frameworks to be updated for them to really fully use, right? And that also makes it a bit more challenging, right? Because as a user of these frameworks, life is much more simpler. If you just want to train a model, you don't really care too much about performance. So that's very simple. They're very, very accessible. But if you really want to do optimization, right? So you have to peel the layer of the Python framework. You have to understand the compiler behavior. You have to understand the CUDA architecture, right? So in that sense, systems optimization becomes a bit more challenging, right? Compared to just using the system out of the box as a black box. But that also means that not many people are doing it. So there are interesting problems out there if you're willing to put in the effort.
So, which means as a student, I can really hope for a career in this kind of a work in my professional life.
I would think so. And it's not just NVIDIA, right? So AMD is, but I'm just saying that machine learning is, whether we like it or not, it's part of our humanity going forward. And with the metaverse coming up, it's not just, so all these 3D models you might see in your metaverse is all going to be driven by some of these machine learning based computations, right? So deep learning, machine learning, it's there for good, and accelerators right now, and GPU based accelerators specifically, are the most widely used platform. And there is going to be a continuing need for optimizing such systems, right? So there's no question that this is a carrier for the next 20 years or so at least that you have. And NVIDIA, like AMD also has, I think, their ROX kind of system, which is a competitor to CUDA, that's starting up as well. It's not necessarily just a one shot from NVIDIA, even Google has their CPUs and so on. So you will see maybe a few of these accelerator-based languages that are going to be out there. Eventually, there'll be some kind of an open umbrella across all of these, right? But there's ample opportunity for systems research. You could even do it at the algorithm level, right? For example, if you want to, some of the work that we do, though I haven't mentioned it over here, is in terms of how do you even schedule fleets of drones to perform various tasks, right? At the point, it boils down to algorithms and scheduling problems, not of tasks, but actually of routes, right? So it boils down to some form of a traveling salesman problem, right? Some variant of graph problem that might be combined with things like task scheduling problems for doing analytics as well, right? So even those with an algorithmic bent can find a lot of interesting problems in this space.
Cool. That really helps, Yogesh. I mean, as a student, I often wonder that I learn all these subjects like algorithms and compilers and so many things, but I really wonder how are they going to be useful for machine learning and AI kind of an applications. Your talk has really given us this view that there is a lot of work that is being done, that is needed between systems and machine learning and AI. And your examples have been spot on. Thank you so much, Yogesh, for an interesting talk. At this point, let me pass it on to the organizers. We are heading for a break. Over to you, Chitkara people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for imparting such an extensive knowledge on the subject domain. Abducting a few minutes from the session proceedings, we would have a short break of 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly be back positively till 11:45. Thank you.
Hi, so I think before we officially resume the session, it may be a good idea for Shalini to test her screen share. And it seems like her screen sharing is disabled. So can she be made a co-host, please? I can try to do it from here, but I'm not sure if I can. Okay. Yeah, it seems like your screen is visible. It's just that it's not in presentation mode yet. But it's looking good otherwise. Yeah, perfect. Could you just maybe change a slide just to be sure?
I'm trying.
Yeah, yeah, perfect. Yeah, this is working great.
Can we continue?
Yeah, so I think we can start now. Do you want to go back to sharing the slide which announces the session? Either way is fine, actually.
Thank you. Welcome back all. Getting into the world of advancements would lead us to witness the diffusion of intelligence with technology. Now is the time to escalate your cognizance on topic climate technologies and sustainable future. I request Professor Dr. Neeldhara Misra, IIT Gandhinagar, to chair this session and invite Ms. Shalini Kapoor, AI Director, IBM, for her keynote address. Ma'am, please.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the second keynote session in this summit. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce you to our speaker, Shalini Kapoor. She's an IBM Fellow for AI and the Director for AI Applications in IBM India. And she has a long career spanning over 20 years of experience. And it's absolutely delightful that she's going to, speak to her insights on the topic of climate technologies, especially in the context of businesses and the kind of impact that climate risks have on businesses. You can see a more sort of a specific bio on your screen here, and I think just in the interest, in the interest of time, I'll not go over all of it, but I will say that I think the key point is that she's been driving research strategy and developments to maximize the infusion of AI across various application domains. So I don't want to eat further into what is clearly a promising and a very insightful session. So thank you so much, Shalini, for being here and for making time for this. We are excited and really looking forward to your talk. So thank you again, and please take it away.
Thank you, Professor Neeldhara, and thank you, ACM and Chitkara, for having me here. It's a pleasure to talk to all of you. We definitely have an interesting topic lined up today. So let me just start with sharing my screen.
So while you're doing that, just a quick question on: do you prefer to take questions at the end, or would you be okay if there was something that came up in the chat, and would you like me to alert you?
I think let me just get through the session,
Sure.
and then I know I have 45 minutes, and I have kept session only for 30 minutes, so that 15 minutes I can spend with the students answering questions. And the questions can be on the session, as well as if there are any other questions on career or skills, or what students are anything on their mind. I'm there to answer them. So feel free. This is going to be an immersive session where you learn about some new technologies, and then we can definitely handle the question.
Perfect. That's amazing. All right, great. So so I think the audience could feel free to post their questions to the chat as they come up, but we will take all of them at the end of the session. So I will redirect them to you as we go along at the end. So thanks again, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, good morning, everyone, and hope you have had a good conference till now. Let's start, talking about, some of the things which we are reading in the newspaper almost on a daily basis. The climate, the COP26, which is the most talked about conference attended by almost all the countries, just concluded. It was on October 31st. When even IBM participated, and it was a great conference of all the leaders coming together. So a lot of things you read on the you would have read in the newspaper about countries and their commitments to climate and sustainability. But let me break down for you, because there are a lot of things which you actually don't get to see in the press, but there were a lot of important discussions and decisions which happened also at the conference. So we have a 30-minute session in which I just want to expose you as to why this is important, and what is technology doing this, because it's definitely a technology session. It's not going to be only a session about climate or sustainability, but how technology can solve this problem, and how we need to pull things together, and what we are doing. I'm actually working in this area for the last few months. I've been working in the area of AI for several years, and very recently I moved, and now I'm the CTO for climate and sustainable solutions and software in IBM, looking after a global team which is building technology products which we sell as software products into this market. So I deal with a lot of clients. I deal with a lot of industry sectors who are coming to us with the requirements of what they want in this. So this is a point of view that I've put together and sharing with all of you today. So let's understand how weather and climate affects business, right? So that's going to be the topic. I'm not going to talk about, in general about, of course there are climate issues and there are weather issues, but I'm going to focus a lot about how it impacts businesses, right? And why it is so important for each one of us. See, weather decisions are actually business decisions. There are a lot of businesses which get impacted by weather. Of course, I mean, and we all know that the Chennai floods are on these days, right? I mean, there are so much of rain in Chennai. In fact, I'm based in Bangalore. It's been raining 3 days continuously, and there are so many businesses which are definitely impacted. But so weather and climate actually affects every business. And there are global hailstorms and wildfires, etc., which are happening. Even it's not just in India specific problem. It's in North America. It's in the Amazon forest, right? I mean, the Phoenix hailstorm, which was there in North America, it kind of had $3 billion in damages, right? And this is because there is a lot of measurement in place in the US and European countries, but there's not a lot of measurement available in actually in India, and we see that, you know, how much devastations have happened in Kerala floods, in some of the earthquakes which happened, whether it was a Gujarat or whether it was in Uttarakhand. And if you remember, you know, a lot of years back, the Bhuj earthquakes and the Uttarkashi earthquakes were really devastated our economy. And a lot of homes get damaged, and you know, it becomes you know, it does become a real you know, serious about it. I'm sorry, the images are not coming up. I'm just trying to see that why this issue is there. Give me a sec. Because some of the images are not shown here. Yeah, there's some issue because it's there in the screen, but it is yeah, I mean, all these images are there here, and anyway, I think we'll have to do without the images. I think there is some issue while they are not coming up.
Do you just want to maybe, yeah, just restart? I don't know if that sometimes.
Just hold on, I'll just stop sharing because none of the images are coming up.
Sure.
Sometimes there's enough memory also, but I don't know. Give me a sec.
Yeah, please take your time. There's no rush. Also, if you would want to email any one of us your files, that's also an option. Or as you said, we could go with it as it is right now. So anything is fine.
No, it was working right in the morning, but I think we'll just go ahead and I'll talk about it because this is going to take a bit longer for me to troubleshoot as to. I'll have to, you know, go back to the main presentation and then.
Right. Yeah. Also, perhaps even if you share the files with us, maybe you'd be more comfortable changing your own slides. So please feel free to just go with it as it is. It's absolutely no problem. Thanks.
Okay. So they'll not look as beautiful as what I had thought them to be, but it's okay. Okay, so PowerPoint has removed it intentionally. I don't know why. Anyway, so of course, you know, there is the summers have warmed. There are a lot of tidal flood risks which have increased. There are California has seen the driest 12-month periods over the past 10 years, and same thing is happening pretty much in India. So the wildfires is a very big problem. It is causing a lot of you know, $1 billion worth of losses which are happening because of the smoke. And of course we are aware of, you know, the Delhi pollution problem. And in fact, at you know, at IBM we have worked a lot on the Delhi pollution problem to predict that, you know, how things are, and the smog which is getting caused. So climate is one of the biggest threat to humanity. The cost in damages per year is increasing. And it is all by, of course, human activity. A lot is, you know, there's, you know, the cycle is pretty much there that, you know, there will be, it's all because of human activity, increased greenhouse gas, global warming, and which leads to the entire climate change and the physical and the biological impact. Now, if you want to mitigate it, right, the mitigation is, right, you know, you reduce the greenhouse emissions. That's what the entire climate summit is about. And you remove, and you not just reduce the emissions, you remove the greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, right? So and businesses can do that, right? So today, most of the large enterprises, they consume electricity. They have transport, they have vehicles, they are factories. So each whether it's a pharma company or whether it's a, you know, maybe just a soap manufacturing company or a ketchup organization, they are all based on factories. They are all based on supply chains. They're all based on distributions, on trucks and warehouses, and all these things. So it is every business's imperative to decrease the footprint of carbon and greenhouse emissions which is happening, right? Because if you collectively start doing that, then you are reducing the greenhouse emissions, and that is ultimately going to the climate problem, right? So you cannot solve the bigger problem unless you are able to go granular and go microscopic into today, what am I doing, right? Today, as a user, are we am I using a cycle or a car? Am I reducing waste at my home? Am I composting enough of my daily things which are out of my kitchen? So it comes down to an individual, and when it is individual, it is enterprise, it's the societies that we live in, or the apartment complexes that we stay in, or the buildings, or the universities that we are part of. So every organization has to become a sustainable enterprise, right? Every human being has to think about sustainability, and that reduce and recycle and reuse is imperative for each one of us. But today we are going to talk not so much at the individual level, but at the enterprise level. That at the enterprise level, because so global disasters is a big problem. But ultimately, the disasters are caused by everything that we are doing on a daily basis. So how can we change the way we operate? How can we reduce the consumption patterns, and which ultimately, of course, are contributing to the climate related disasters. And for that, I as an enterprise, I want to be enabled more. I want more information about what my usage is, right? Like, if you are part of a university or a college, are you aware how your university is using, or college is using how is it impacting climate? Is it giving back more, or is it taking more, right? How, as an individual in your home, are you taking more or giving back more? So it all comes back to this, and that's what we need to measure, right? Because there are a lot of forces, and now it can always, you can always think it's not my problem, somebody else's problem, right? And you can always change the focus to someone else. Who that someone else, we don't know, right? Now, but on the enterprises, on the businesses, what has happened is that now there is a lot of pressure coming from the investors itself. For example, BlackRock is one of the largest investment organizations impacting, they are the largest investors in very large companies. And they are saying that I will not fund you or I'll not give you money if you are not adhering to and you're not becoming a sustainable enterprise. Right. More than that, consumers, right? Today, I want to buy a fridge which has got a power rating and gives me a power saving rating of 4. I'm ready to pay 20,000 more as long as it uses less electricity. Right. In my home, I have solar powered water. So I don't have geysers at my home because I am a responsible citizen. So there are consumers who are saying, hey, I don't want to buy this particular lotion because it is harmful to the babies, right? So I want I want herbal products, I want organic products. So the consumers are much more aware. Their purchasing habits have changed. And they want to impact less in the environment, because everybody understands that the climate problem is that problem. So and especially in fact, I would say the Gen Z, which is a lot of you students, you are more aware than what our generation is, right? So the consumers are contributing and forcing organizations. So today, a supply chain organization or a consumer organization is forced to talk about sustainability, is forced to bring out products which are sustainable in nature. So whether it is Tesla, whether it is large Exxon, all the utilities, the oil and gas, all these organizations, whether it's auto sector, they all have a lot of pressure to reduce and commit that to their consumers and users, and then only they are seen as the right ethical organization. So businesses have pressure, right? So it's not that they can continue to be just revenue and profit and that focus. They have to think about how are they reducing that wastage. So businesses are impacted by consumer behavior, buying habits that are talked about, product pricing. Some products become more expensive since they are not easily available to purchase. So and there's property destruction. There are a lot of energies and utility organizations who have power lines laid, right? And if there is a hailstorm or if there is a large cyclone which comes in, the whole power lines get destroyed, right? So there is huge impact to the to the assets which they have. Somebody pays for it, right? It's not just always the government. Sometimes the insurance company have to pay for it. When there are large buildings, which all the buildings are insured, by the way, right? So if there's a large impact to a building because of flood or because of too much water or cyclone, things like that, then the insurance company has to pay for that. The company will just, the company who has that building will just charge it to the insurance organization. So damage to property is a lot high. And of course, layoff, the employee performance matters quite a lot, right? I mean, if I have to set up a center in a place which is really hot, my AC cost will go up, right? So I will not go to that hot area. Then I look for a cooler area. So that's how the people start taking decisions, that how are our business operations. So you have to control the weather for the right business to prosper. So now, having said that, having a weather solutions makes a lot of difference, right? That's why you need a weather technical, you need to monitor, right? You need to know the metrics. How do I do that, right? So there are because there is an impact to my revenue. So most of the organizations are coming to us and saying, give us today's weather, give us predictions, give us forecast, and let's move on that. So I'm sorry, the images are not popping up due to some issues. Otherwise, these slides were really good looking. But anyway, we will, the content is pretty much there. So interestingly, I don't know if most of you would know, but the weather company, you always go to weather.com and check the weather. The weather company is an IBM company, right? We acquired this company several years back. So all the weather forecasts that you see they are all through huge petabytes of data that we have, and that which we monitor and which we keep together across multiple locations across the world, across the continents and cities. And then we also do a lot of AI and forecast on top of that data, on that petabytes of data. We do a lot of forecast and we provide it to large organizations who need and who have need of that. For example, aviation, right? All our aircrafts and the flight paths that they take, it's a lot dependent on the weather on that day, right? Because the flight path might change, or the airports need to be aware of the weather so that the takeoffs can happen in the right manner. Agriculture, the seeds, the pesticides, the growing of large farms of potatoes, tomatoes, or you name the thing. So it's all dependent a lot on some of the models that we have on soil moisture, on crop yield, and we combine a lot of satellite imagery which we have. So it's all a large geospatial database of images of which are from the satellites, from remote sensing satellites, and also so there's a lot of analysis done on top of it to interpret and to forecast as to what how things would be. A lot of insurance companies use this data because insurance companies, like what I mentioned to an example earlier, that they get impacted by this by the claims that are raised by organizations. Lot of energies and utilities and power and oil and gas. So they are all using weather for their competitive advantage, because if they know about the weather and they know about what is going to happen, they can inform their consumers even more. So organizations are looking for weather data, like what I talked about, weather alerts, notifications, so that they can keep their employees and digital assets protected. Imagine, large transformers, large steel plants. They have, they have so much of assets. When assets, I mean the physical asset which they have, which could be huge machines or conveyor belts or equipment for transformers, etc. These are all assets which they need to protect, right, which can get spoiled by the variations in weather. So they have to identify their users, and of course the right dashboard. So there is a lot of discussion with us by our customers on can they have the right weather dashboards available. What you see on weather.com is actually a consumer dashboard, right? That's not a business dashboard. When they are talking about a business dashboard, they are talking about having the capability to make business decisions. So we have something called as Environmental Intelligence Suite, which is a SaaS offering, software as a service, and it helps to address sustainability, resiliency, and climate change challenges. It has weather data, it has geospatial analytics, like what I talked to you about. We have massive amount of data available on top of which we do geospatial analytics to be able to give the APIs to these large businesses that I talked about, which they can consume and they can take the right decision, and they power the dashboards and the alerts which I talked about. So we have a lot of capabilities. We have a special module for aviation, for agriculture, for outage prediction, and for vegetation management. So let me just explain a little bit on that. The charts are completely missing. I don't know what's happened. Just give me a sec. Just give me a sec. I'll bring up from the other slide. Yeah, I'm just bringing it up.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's been some issue on this. So I'll bring up a presentation which I actually presented to one of our large customers because that's the only thing which I can bring up now. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yeah. And
okay, I mean, this was the actual slide, and
so the pictures are certainly visible here.
Yeah. Okay. So, so like what I mentioned, that we have a large environmental intelligence suite, and I just want to explain this a bit. This is definitely powered a lot by AI, because you can, if you see on the right hand side, there is this solution is available on our hybrid cloud, and it is has a huge data lake. Because everything is about data, by the way, right? Because the data might be in multiple sources. It's geospatial data. The data could be in your supply chain, into your multiple databases, we have a lot of intelligence built on top of it. In fact, there's a lot of forecast models which tell about the predictions in the weather and see weather. There's a difference between weather and climate, right? Weather is recent, and that you would have studied it in your school. This is actually school textbook related knowledge, that climate is long term, right? And weather is something which affects us today. So if my vehicle is going from one warehouse to the other, and it's I'm a logistics company, say FedEx, I'm very concerned about weather, because how my vehicle will be impacted when it crosses state borders in 48 hours, and what will be the weather there is what I'm concerned about, right? Because and if it's carrying perishable goods, then do I need to have a truck which can actually weather the, it can take the heat which might be there, and so I need to have a chilled vehicle, or do I need, how the oil, or if oil is being transported, is it going to a place? So the weather is something which is like 2 days, 3 days, week, month, whereas climate is about, how is it going to be about in, say, 5 years down the line or 2 years down the line. Is there a concept of a wildfire which might get started because of the way the climate activity is happening? Will there be a flood because of the because of the, the oceans and how they are interacting with us? So climate study is long term, and weather study is short term, right? And we cater to both. We cater to the weather alerts as well as to the climate risks which might be there. And the data and how you interpret this data and how you create models around this are different, because the data is for weather is today's data, and you build models around it. Whereas climate risk, you have to study a lot of historical data, and then based on that you identify the potential climate risk, and the number of data on which you do the analysis also is much the data points are much more in a climate risk perspective. So what we have is we have a plan. We have a lot of AI models. We also have a lot of carbon accounting APIs, which is basically, if you talk about in climate risk, there's something called a scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, depending on what kind of emissions you are doing. So scope 1 is about if you have a power generator or generator of electricity, right? And you are generating electricity, but you're actually consuming also a lot of them, right? And then most of the organizations are interested in scope 3, because scope 3 is about the transport vehicles, about the purchased goods that you have, the freight and the logistics, and they want to monitor that to a lot of extent. For example, logistics companies are talking to us and they're saying, or a simple example of, you order things on Amazon, right? Imagine if you are ordering from say a mobile phone on Amazon, but on the side it is also written that if you order from this retailer, then you are consuming 15 kgs of carbon dioxide, because it is going to be furnished from a store which is close to your home. But you get 500 rupees less, you will get furnished. That same item will come from a retailer who's lot far away, but it is going to consume 30 kgs of carbon dioxide. Are you okay to pay 500 more so that you consume less? Now, not everybody will take that decision, but there will be some folks definitely who are, and that awareness in consumers are spreading out, and they will say that yes, I'm okay to build, and I'm okay to pay more as long as I'm not contributing more to the carbon dioxide. So that's how, now how does it happen? It's because there is an API which is measuring the cost of petrol, which is measuring the distance, and it is doing simple math and calculations to figure out and say how much will it cost from a carbon dioxide emissions that you are doing, from that perspective, to get the product from this retailer or from that retailer, right? So this is simple APIs, and by the way, a lot of APIs are available on open source, and you guys should just Google on carbon APIs, and you should play with them. You can really make a lot of nice hack projects based on this, because every supplier, every retailer can make use of these APIs. So we have these carbon APIs in our environmental intelligence suite, and we help all organizations to find out what is their carbon footprint. How much does it take if if there is an event getting organized, right? And there are 3,000 people traveling for that event. So 3,000 people traveling means we know how much does a aircraft consume carbon dioxide divided by that person. So if I am contributing, if I am, going by air, then this is the carbon dioxide that I will use. If I'm going by train, this is the carbon dioxide. If I'm going by car, or if I'm not going at all, right? So then it is zero. So you can calculate the usage of carbon based on that, and in a similar manner in the entire supply chain you can do that. So that's what we are doing. We are helping organizations find out what is their carbon footprint. If they are consuming electricity in their large facilities, in their large offices, what's the cost of consuming that electricity, right? If we use power saving equipment, then of course it'll come down. But technology enables you to tell you that what you are using today, how much you can reduce it by. You can have your sustainable development goals set amongst in the organizations. If some of you are aware, United Nations has come out with sustainability development goals. We have 21 sustainability goals which we have taken as an organization. Similarly, every organization should put up certain sustainability goals. It could be about zero wastage, it could be less carbon dioxide, it could be about less usage of reuse or waste segregation, etc. Right? So it could be several things, but ultimately it's technology which will tell you. The APIs, the measurement criteria, the data is what will tell you that whether you can meet the goals or not. So that's what our climate technology and solution is about, that we use a lot of APIs and data to find out and do AI on a lot of these on these aspects, on a lot of these aspects to enable enterprises. Now, interestingly, I'm talking about in the same climate technology, I'm talking about cloud. They are available on cloud. I'm talking about AI. So they are AI solution. I'm talking about blockchain as well, because blockchain helps you become it transparent, right? In a large blockchain, that, today, again, I'll take the example of your university ecosystem or your college ecosystem. You don't know how procurement is happening of, say, cups in your cafeteria. But, if it's a blockchain system, you would know that, how, this is the data which has been, this is the amount of cups, or this is the amount of plates which have been procured. And if you have access to that, you can calculate that what's the footprint of serving me this food in my cafeteria, right? What does it take to serve the food? And then there are a lot of terminologies that you will hear, which is like net zero, right? So if you have to become net zero in the sense that what you consume and you give, you are able to give carbon credits back to it, right? So if you will consume, we cannot make consumption zero, right? We can never make consumption zero. But if we are saving and we are doing the savings and we are giving back to giving carbon credits back to the environment, we can be zero, right? So consumption, as long as human beings are on earth, we will be consumers. But then are we able to save more? Are we able to give back more? And technology is the thing which can make this possible. So that's what our technologies. This is a stack which we have built, where we have we monitor the supply chain operations, infrastructure management, and we build a lot of reporting on top of it. And we have a carbon emission engine which helps in calculating the carbon footprint, and there are corporate emissions and goal setting which we help in, and we provide a lot of dashboards so that people can actually meet their goals and they know how they're doing on their goals. And there is transparency. The chief procurement officer, the chief financial officer, as well as everybody in the organization is aware that this is what my data is. This is what the data is, and this is how I'm contributing to the sustainable goals at the enterprise level. I talked about the data APIs. I talked about geospatial analytics, that it's a large curated repository for large-scale geospatial temporal analytics, which we have, and that can help in workflows. I did talk to you about dashboards. that how we have multiple dashboards for different personas in the organization. I did talk to you about alerts, that the alerts, like so the alerts can be pushed out to your employees, right? I mean, it could go out to the warehouse managers, to the store manager, etc. That this is how the weather is going to impact, and that helps you in getting to, it could be to farmers, it could be to in the agriculture context, it can even go there. So these are the 6 APIs which we have today, which are encompassing, scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. But there are more APIs which we are trying to, bring in for carbon accounting. I think I was on this slide when we lost that, these are some of the modules which we have built, but just to give you an idea of what the use cases are. The aviation is all about flight paths and taking off and how they are getting climate effects. Agriculture is a lot about by harvesters, by seed manufacturers, by large insurers, by it is used a lot by large farms. In fact, there is a very good pilot that I did personally with Mahindras, where they were growing potato and tomato farming in around Nasik, if I remember, where we did provide them on crop yield. Through satellite imagery, we were able to find out and tell them that this areas have less water and it needs more irrigation. And through IoT sensors, we were able to measure the soil moisture, and we combined the remote sensing logic and the soil moisture from the IoT sensors, and we created AI model to predict crop yield, and we ran that pilot for 6 months. Outage prediction is a lot about power lines that I talked about, that outages due to weather are a huge source of revenue loss. So how can we predict the outages, right? How can we predict that there is going to be a wildfire or a flood here in this space? Vegetation management is about, actually it's about, when power lines have to be laid, then you have to cut the trees. So what's the maximum height at which you need to cut the tree so that you don't do massive deforestation, right? So that's important. When you have to lay the power lines, you have to cut it to a certain height so that your power line can go on top of it. So we can detect the optimum size of the tree height above which the power lines can go. So you don't have to, cut the tree completely. And renewables forecasting is a lot about the, the renewable source of energies and how we can, forecast the usage of the renewables and the life cycle of the renewables. So this is, I think I have another 3 minutes for the 30 minutes that I talked about, but I will just give an example of some of the businesses who are using it. I have covered it in some of my discussion just now, but how people are, getting a lot of help by these climate technologies that we have put in place, the APIs, the data lakes, the environment and intelligence suite that we have. So the examples are of a government, which is, a government department which is better prepared for weather. I have not kept the client names here because I just want to give you an idea of, what the examples are and how varied they are and how they are across different sectors, right? So the first is a government example. The second is an offshore oil and gas company, which is keeping its people safe, right? Because if you are able to predict the weather and, when the oil rigging happens on the shore, there is a lot of risk to people as well, because, they are the ones who are controlling the machine. Right. So there are a lot of enterprises who are very concerned about the effect of that to the people. So this is how the company uses. There's a ground transportation company which is improving, basically, talking about less accidents. and better retention of the driver. Like, if it is going to rain really bad, then the visibility on the road is really poor for the driver. So and the drivers are paid based on the number of hours they are on the road. So if you're aware of the weather, then you're aware of what the driver is facing through. So you will alert the driver at the right way. I did talk about the retailer example, that it helps a lot in properly stocking the stores, optimizing sales. There's a Formula One racing team which is using precision weather forecasting to make better race decisions. We also have an insurer who sends custom messages and alerts to mobile app to the people who paid the premium, so that they know that there's a hailstorm. In this example is actually in US, where they alert the users and they say, hey, you can put, there's going to be huge hailstorm, so you can put large plastic sheets on your roof so that your roof doesn't get damaged, because the insurer was seeing a lot of roof was getting capsized, and it was just coming down, and there were a lot of claims related to the damages to the roof. So they actually said, oh, you can go to the store and you can buy this equipment to save your roof, so that the damages and the insurance claims get reduced in nature. So these are some examples, and I'll pause here. And I had also planned to talk to you a lot about the Carbon APIs and how we are doing and how the APIs are built. But I think though that slide is not working, but we can always have a discussion later on that. So I'm stopping sharing, and if there are any questions, I would like to take them.
Right. Thank you so much for that amazing talk. I think starting from the individual's role in sustainability all the way to all of these different perspectives from different businesses, I think it's just made me realize how much one takes for granted even, and there's just, really so much going on. So that was extremely insightful. So thanks a lot. And we actually have a couple of questions. I was thinking of taking the second one first because it's a natural segue from where you stopped. And this is from Chitra, asking if these APIs that you just mentioned are available for free, or how are they available for, say, academic projects by students. So would you like to speak to that first?
Yeah, see, there are a lot of Carbon APIs which are available. I mean, if you just Google them about, there are Carbon APIs which are available. The APIs that we have, I think there is. I'll check out and find out if there are any developer versions available. Right now we have bundled them in our environmental intelligence suite. But I'll just check out if there are some, and I'll maybe put it on my LinkedIn, so if somebody can check out, and you can find it out, that if there are developer APIs available for these.
Okay, perfect. And in the meantime, I will drop a link to your LinkedIn in the chat as well, so people can bookmark that. There was another question from Dhananjay Pawar earlier. The question was that some companies need to buy carbon credits from other companies so as to maintain their carbon footprint. And so what are the future implications? So would you want to address that?
Yeah, actually, it's a good question. That yes, companies, see, they buy carbon credits. Why do they buy carbon credits? They buy carbon credits because they have not reduced things on their own, right? So it has become like a you're buying it because you have to see, every organization financially, they have to commit to a certain certain savings or on carbon, right? Now if the savings they have not done on their own, so you have to pay money to buy the carbon credits, right? So they do that, and the organization, but the right way is that you reduce it within your own, right? So the future implications are not good. Actually, you should be able to reduce your carbon footprint pretty much within your own organization by taking reducing, by monitoring, and by having the right metrics in place, and using climate technologies, and using these sustainable technologies which I talked about. Maybe investing in a sustainable platform, so that we know, and the people within the organization know, right? That this is the goal and this is how I need to meet it.
Right. So I was actually going to follow that up with a small question of my own. So, so as a layperson, I think we often see when we are, trying to buy things from a company, and let's say we are concerned about whether, they're currently carbon neutral, or if that's a priority for them at least. And sometimes you'll see on their packaging or on their website that they, they have invested, in becoming carbon neutral, and they have these long-term plans. So you'll often see a 2030 or even a 2050 target, but it's less clear about, let's say, what are they doing today or tomorrow. I think there the commitments seem a lot more vague. So would you say that, I mean, is there a quick litmus test for a layperson to figure out if a company is really serious about their commitment to carbon neutrality? Because there's usually a lot of language and there's a lot of, a lot of claims. But how do you sanity check? Is it something that one can hope to do, or is it just a very confusing space?
So I think if you are a conscious consumer, which I think you are, that's why this question is coming to your mind. If you're a conscious consumer, the right thing would be that you check out the sustainable development goals of that organization. That's the right thing to check it, because sometimes things are done only for marketing perspective, advertising perspective, right? So you should see that does the organization has a sustainable goal or not, right? Are they really reducing the carbon footprint, or they're just putting it on their products just to make themselves more savvy, right? So you will have to do a little effort to find, because just by looking at the product you cannot make out, right? You're looking at a soap, you do not know, it will say organic, it will say herbal, right? So unfortunately there are not many standards in the industry which say that these, there has to be a, like if there is a sticker which says on a fridge that this is power 3 and or 4 or 5, right? So that is a standard. Now that is a standard because if it is 3 out of 5 power saving mode, that means it will consume less electricity. If it is 4, it will consume even less, right? So that the compressor which has been used in that fridge or in that AC is something which will definitely consume. So there is a standard. Now, unfortunately, in consumer products, there is no standard which defines and which tells that this has been produced in a sustainable fashion. So the only way you can do it is that you will have to do a little bit of finding out about that organization. If the product, I don't want to name companies here because that's not the right way, but you should find out about that organization if it has a sustainable development goal. Has it taken a target on itself that it will reduce emissions? It will reduce emissions in its factory, in its cycle of construction and the building of the product. So a little bit of finding you will have to do, and aware consumers are doing that, right? I mean, they don't buy products. Like if I am a and I have talked, we have talked to certain organizations who they are, for example, people are moving away from the whole diapers, because diapers are a big source, right? Similarly, the whole sanitary pads, they're huge, landfills. They contribute a lot to landfills. So they are seeing that how are these things built, right? So if you're an aware consumer, you will always try to find out what is beyond the glass screen, and unfortunately there's no single mechanism, but yes, you can find out by finding out their sustainable goals.
Right. So, so there isn't a quick and easy metric. There isn't a number that you'll find in the packaging that's certified by an organization at the moment.
Not now, but but most of the large organizations have sustainable, like even banks have sustainable development goals, because in a bank, how are they using? Are they how is their consumption of electricity? Right? Everybody has offices.
Correct.
Everybody has centers where they're using electricity. You can use, the first thing you can do is reduce electricity consumption. That's the first thing, right? Transport is the main thing, right? So in fact, we have been approached by a lot of banks who have set up really good sustainable targets, and we feel that those banks are ethical banks because they have taken these targets on themselves.
So, right. So in the absence of this quick, concise certification for now, I think the important thing is to distinguish marketing speak from, the real commitments by going beyond and checking if the companies are really putting their money where their mouth is, sort of a thing, right? So, right. That's definitely good to know. And there's another question from Lakshmi Sankaran in the chat. When businesses like decentralized with short-term apps working for targets increases a lot of footprints unconsciously. So the question is, why targets for short-term apps and such startups in a country like ours with a diversified setup? So not sure if Lakshmi wants to elaborate on this a little bit more, but would you like to address this to some extent?
We're trying to understand, so why target for short-term apps? Okay. So see, it's not, I think what Lakshmi is trying to say is that the apps are, and the startups are, some of the short-term apps are contributing to the footprint unconsciously, right? So, so see, I would say, even if you have a small app, I don't think having an app, a small app or a large app makes a difference. I think, see, when you're having a small business or a small startup, right, you can still be sustainable, number one. Number two, you have to see the data center footprint of what you are using, right? In fact, there's a lot of debate in that the whole cryptocurrency which is going on. It is a huge it is actually a huge impact on the environment, right? On environment, because it's all no physical thing, but it's all on data centers, right? Huge data centers have to be set up to enable the cryptocurrency network, right? So we cannot say that short-term apps. I mean, I think this decision is not it's a very multifaceted decision, right? That is maybe the app is helping a social sector. Maybe it is helping connect people. It's a short-term app, but it's connecting people with the elderly population with the right supply chain things, right? So the motive with how you put it up and how you implement, that has to be weighed quite a lot. And you have to sometimes, like, I'll give another example, right? We have an inventory optimization AI module, right? So the inventory AI says that what's the least inventory that you should have, and it's a right application. It's a very good application deployed at multiple organizations. The moment you add carbon APIs to it, the perspective of that inventory application changes, because it might say that you actually need to stock more and not optimize inventory, because the more you order and the more you order, that means there is more transport cost to it, right? So your inventory optimization decision itself changes because you have brought sustainability into it mind. So your business was saying, I'll optimize and I'll keep low inventory, because that the low inventory means low cost, low ordering, less products in my warehouse. But actually sustainability says keep more products, because you are sending less cars and trucks all around. So what is the right business decision? Now it's a combination of multiple aspects, and then you need to arrive. So it becomes a new AI model itself, because it's a new feature that you have added to the sustainability is a new feature. So I mean, it's a multifaceted answer.
True. And I guess for people who are just starting out, may want to consider having a so-called sustainability first approach, so that these things are kind of incorporated from the ground up, perhaps in some ways. Right. So I don't see any more explicit questions, but on behalf of the students who are attending, maybe I'll just ask you a slightly generic one about, let's say for undergraduate students or master's students, if they want to, sort of do their bit or pitch in or contribute, are there specifically opportunities at IBM that they should watch out for, or is there a place that you recommend that they go and, check out for announcements and things like that?
Yeah, sure, definitely. And I think we are doing, we have definitely very keen on interacting with students. We have in fact opened 2 new labs, and I am from software labs, so it's all about product engineering. We create software products, and we have opened 2 new labs, one in Ahmedabad and one in Cochin. Apart from our labs in Bangalore and Pune and Chennai, which we have. So there are 2 new labs where we are taking a lot of students for internships, and also for, we are hiring students in these labs, and we are doing a lot of interesting work. Like in Ahmedabad, we do a lot of work on security products. We do a lot of work on engineering life cycle, products which actually help in complex system engineering. In Kochi, we work on data, AI, automation, and we have our expert labs as well. So, so there is a lot of opportunities that we have where we are giving internship opportunities to students. We are also doing a lot of academia collaborations across. In fact, I've been talking to IIT Gandhinagar also about our some of the common collaboration that we can do in their climate school and sustainability part of it. But yes, I mean, we have a lot of opportunities for when we really invite students who are very keen on software product development, and who want careers as in AI, in cloud, in blockchain, and in data. Core data technologies are really important. Building clouds, we are building FSS clouds, we are building telco clouds in IBM. So there are a lot of these kind of opportunities where product engineers are needed, and that's what our labs is all about.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, thanks for that. That sounds like a very wide-ranging spectrum of activities, and I'm sure.
And also, we honor the technical profession quite a lot at IBM, right? So, I joined as as an entry person, and today, over the period of years, I became an IBM fellow, right? So you can go to the maximum level, the highest technical career you can reach by being in IBM, and that kind of so you need not take a managerial path, or you can become a manager. I mean, that's a great path itself, but you can stay technical, you can have patents, and we mentor students on how to create patents, on how to write papers, on so there's a lot of mentorship that we give to students in this area.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. I think, and it's particularly great coming from you. As I said, I think your own journey has been really inspiring, and I'm sure students are going to leave this session, taking away that inspiration, and hopefully specifically exploring opportunities with IBM as well. And and perhaps they can find you on LinkedIn and follow you for more updates, I suppose. Yeah, all right. So once again, thank you very much for that amazing session, and we really appreciate your making the time to be with us here today. And with that, perhaps we call it a wrap. We probably just a couple of minutes over time, so I will hand it back to the hosts to take it from here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to students. Bye, and have a great career ahead. Bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for making us aware on importance of reduce, reuse, and recycle to its smallest details for sustainability, of course. Moving further, I would say, the more I live, the more I learn. The more I learn, the more I analyze. The more I analyze, the lesser I forget. Now, it is the time to unwind the epitome of success stories for the ACM fraternity. We know in India, we have more than 200 ACM chapters that are making significant contributions in taking ACM to a new height. But this year, 3 distinguished chapters have done excellently well, and it is worthwhile to listen to their experiences. At this juncture, I would request Professor Gitanjali Kale, Associate Professor, Pune Institute of Computer Technology, and member ACM for further proceedings. Ma'am, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks to Chitkara for being very nice and excellent host.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, one and all present here, and grand welcome for this session on behalf of ACM India. This session is for students' presentations by top 3 winners of ACM India Best Student Chapter Award. This is the platform created to showcase the hard work and dedication of these young ACM members and to acknowledge the efforts of all fellow chapter members. So major focus of today's event is students and student chapters. So in inaugural, already Professor Haritsa has briefed us about the achievements and progress of ACM India, and overall achievements are remarkable. Professor Vasudeva Verma has enlightened us with the joy of volunteering and its long-term benefits in professional life. Dr. Archana Mantri has elaborated how professional activities help to achieve graduate attributes, which are the most important components of the academic perspective. In continuation with this same, I would like to add for the student chapters, all the chapter events are planned, organized, and conducted by student chapter members under the guidance and supervision of the chapter counselor. So there are many benefits of it for the students. So students get opportunities right from website or mobile app designing for the event to coding platform creation, and also from contacting companies for the sponsorship to the finalization of judges and guests for the event. So this helps them to groom qualities like leadership, teamwork, management, and help to improve the communication skills, provide networking opportunity and enhance the technical knowledge, and helps for overall personality development. So in line with Dr. Archana and Professor Vasudeva and Haritsa, same message I would like to give, participate, conduct more activities, and excel in your domain. So students, you are the future of Indian technology and have lots of opportunity around. I always feel I would have born 20 years later to enjoy all technical feasts as a student. So now let's move towards the presentation by top 3, as slide shows the top 10 winners of, or the top 10 positions of this year's. So first is ICT ACM Student Chapter. Next is Pimpri Chinchwad PCCOE College of Engineering Student Chapter. And third one is Chitkara. So before lunch, we have presentations by representative of this particular chapter members. And further, we will have videos, short videos of the activities by the next chapters. Now let's move towards the presentations by top 3 chapters. This is in fact a great opportunity to learn from each other and understand exactly what made them winner. So first, I would like to invite representative of Pune Institute of Computer Technology, Mr. Rohit Pardeshi. They are winner of ACM India Best Chapter Award 2020. So Rohit, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yeah.
Sure, I'll just share my screen. Start. Okay. So thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Rohit Pardeshi, Vice Chairman of PICT ACM Student Chapter, feel honored to represent my chapter in this ACM India Student Chapter Summit 2021. I would like to thank ACM India for providing me with this opportunity. I am very proud to share that PICT ACM Student Chapter has won the ACM India Best Student Chapter Award for the years 2018, 2019, 2020, and the current year 2021, thus making it a total of 4 consecutive ACM India Best Student Chapter Awards for our chapter. Also, it is my great pleasure to tell you that under the AICTE scheme, we have received funding for past student activities as well. Now, let us get to know about PASC. PASC was founded in 2012 with just 4 members and our faculty advisor, Dr. Gitanjali Kale. And I feel content to tell you that today we are a team of over 400 plus active members and over 5,000 proud alumni. Here, we conduct numerous events which promotes the growth of our members in various aspects. So now, let me just walk you through our flagship events. Pulsian. Pulsian is the annual technical fest conducted by PAS. This year, Pulsian 21 was conducted in the online mode, which gave us the opportunity to take this event to a higher level by organizing it globally. We had an active participation from many countries along with India, such as the USA, Brazil, China, Japan, etc., which made this event even more memorable for all of us. It had a total of 12 events, 6 from each tech and non-tech category. Pulsian 21 observed a huge registration count of 7,800 registrations, and this year we offered cash prizes and goodies with combined worth of over 3 lakh rupees. Apart from these events, we also organized sessions on cybersecurity, blockchain, AI by eminent speakers from various industries, thereby giving our participants a chance to interact with these speakers and learn about their experiences. Every year, we get excellent response from all our sponsors. This year was no less than usual. Pulsian 21 was sponsored by more than 12 sponsors from various industries. Our next flagship event is Paskathon. So Paskathon is a hackathon wherein participants have to build their hacks on the selected topics in a given time frame. It provides a platform for everyone to showcase their skills and talents through their hacks. Paskathon 2.0 was a remarkable event wherein winners also received cash prizes worth over 35,000 along with numerous other goodies. Radiance, which is again an annual event, is organized by PaskW, the sister body of PASK, which aims to promote girls in technology, thus empowering women in various fields. This year, Radiance 21 saw a registration count of over 2,700 registrations, and an eminent speaker program was also organized during this event. Now, apart from this event, let me tell you about the different programs and activities that we conduct throughout the year here at PASK. PASK has conducted several eminent speaker programs, that is ESPs. We invite dignitaries from numerous industries to share knowledge from different domains, thus exposing our members and other participants to a vast area of expertise. Along with the ESPs, we also conducted the industry expert sessions to introduce our members to the industry standards and give them a glimpse of actual working of the IT industries. So, the ACM Pune Professional Chapter and PAS, in association with other ACM student chapters from Pune, organized ACM Pune Regional Celebration 2020 virtually. More than 800 enthusiastic individuals registered for this event, which consisted of several speaker sessions and followed by a panel discussion. A distinguished speaker session was also conducted during regional celebration. Dr. Celestine, who has major contributions in the field of artificial intelligence, IoT, networking, cybersecurity, was the distinguished speaker for the event. We at PASK have SIGs, that is the special interest groups, which is a group of people working in the same domain. So here, regular meetups are conducted and the like-minded people come together, interact and share knowledge with each other. PASK has always been trying to help its student members develop their technical as well as non-technical skills to regularly organizing these SIGs of various domains mentioned over here. So in addition to all this, we also host various contests for our members as well as students, wherein they can exhibit their technical and non-technical skills. Last year, we conducted numerous contests in the domain of competitive programming, web and app development, machine learning, etc. Along with these technical contests, we also conducted contests for designing and writing for our creative people. Rise with PASK. So Rise with PASK was an initiative taken by enthusiasts in our club to inspire and hearten our fresh members. For this seminar series, we summoned the best of PASK alumni to deliver a riveting seminar, which is what Rise stands for, and it was well received by more than 400 fanatics. The invited intellectuals furnish the professional and developing environment that goes hand in hand with the technical dominance of this club. We also conducted sessions about prepping our members for placement activities as well as for higher studies, which turned out to be highly effective for them. So, along with conducting all these activities, PASK also believes in giving back to the society. So we conduct career guidance session for grade 8 to grade 11 students. Besides this, every year, PASK conducts an event called Hour of Code, wherein PASK members teach underprivileged children for the betterment of their future. So now let me share with you some of the achievements and participation of PASK in other ACM events and activities. I'm very proud to share that PASK members as individuals have got many achievements by participating in various ACM activities and events. Recently, one of the PASK members secured second rank in ACMW Lady Ada National Programming Contest, and a team of PASK members bagged second prize in ACMW Hackathon, adding it to the other achievements that the chapter holds. We at PASK always encourage our members to actively participate in ACM activities which are conducted throughout the year. Here are some of the ACM events which were attended by PASK members, which turned out to be a great learning experience for all of us. So finally, this is the team behind the working and success of PASK, which is a group of people with different talents, backgrounds, who come together for a shared purpose. And that common goal provides the thread that defines as a team. On behalf of our entire team, I thank ACM and ACM India for giving us great opportunities to excel in computing as well as grow as an individual. We look forward to achieving greater heights in the future. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day ahead.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Rohit, for excellent presentation. Now it's time for the runner-up. I would like to invite Mr. Soham Kulkarni, representative of PCCOE ACM Student Chapter. Rohan? Sorry, Soham.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Go for presentation mode. Yeah, good.
Yeah. I think my screen is visible, right?
Yes.
Okay. So hello, everyone. I am Soham Kulkarni, the Vice Chair of PCCOE ACM Student Chapter. I wish you all a very good afternoon. I am grateful to be in such an esteemed presence and to represent my chapter in such a prestigious event. So our chapter, the PCCOE ACM Student Chapter, was established as a small dream in 2012 with the strongest support of our head of department and our faculty. Starting from just a handful of students, slowly and steadily, the team kept growing till it became a big family that we're all grateful to be a part of. Now, as quoted by Jim Rohn, if you really want something, you will find a way. If you don't, you will find an excuse. And we found a way, and hence achieved the runner-up Best Student Chapter Award for 3 years. And we were fortunate enough to have our efforts recognized when we received an international award, the Student Chapter Excellence Award for Outstanding Community Service in 2020. We aim to carry forward the vision of ACM, which is to bring together educators, students, researchers, and professionals in order to develop the computing society. In doing so, we organized various sessions of basic computer training for 25 girls at the Gurukulam orphanage, including the basics of hardware, software, etc. This was conducted so as to give a glimpse of the world that they're going to be a part of and to ignite the flame of curiosity in them. We also conducted a flood relief donation drive to support those affected by floods in the Kolhapur and Sangli regions of Maharashtra and provided them with food, clothes, first aid kits, and 500 packaged water bottles. We have been conducting Hour of Code every year, where we introduce students from various schools like SB Patil, City Pride, Vijay Vallabh School, Purushottam School, etc., in and around areas of Pune and Nasik to the basics of programming. So this event particularly brought the whole team together, providing us with an extremely fulfilling experience where we learned more than we taught. This brought us closer to our goal of comprehensive and all-round development of students from our chapter and all other students in the community. Now, we have always pushed and encouraged students to work upon themselves and explore various disciplines, academic or bohemian, to find out their interests. We firmly believe that knowledge shared is knowledge squared. And a major area of resources provided to chapter members and the rest of the community lies in the technical webinars and how-to sessions conducted across a vast array of fields. The Eminent Speaker Program is conducted by a chapter multiple times a year, so students get complete exposure to topics curated for their benefit. Our ESPs tend to be major successes in which the attendees leave having learned a great deal of topics, courtesy of our erudite speakers. Now, apart from our ESPs, we also conduct various webinars, and our webinars actually consist of talks from esteemed speakers, ranging from scholars to experienced professionals who deliver topics covering like the importance of algorithms or how to transition from a student programmer to a professional programmers and so on. Now, coming to the technical part, for the technical growth of our members of our community, Android Mondays, Cloud Tuesdays, Front-End Thursdays, Competitive Fridays, AIML Saturdays, and Backend Sundays. We pretty much inculcate maximum productivity in our weeks. Seniors guide their interested peers, especially freshmen, every week. The groundwork of these topics is explained, which helps many explore the wide spectrum of technology and actually find their interest. Now, apart from the yearly Hacktoberfest, sessions regarding open source are also held to familiarize students with version control systems, their need, and to introduce them to Git and GitHub. We have helped several community members to start the journey of open source by setting up a solid foundation of version control systems. Coming to Pi and AI, Pi and AI is a series of deep learning.ai meetups independently hosted by community groups. Now, Pi and AI Pune Intro to GANs was hosted by us for beginners in the machine learning domain who want to know more about the world of GANs or generative adversarial networks. Now, all these events and sessions ensure students are introduced to all domains so they can make informed decisions regarding their interest and career directions. Now, moving to the non-technical aspect, we have launched a biannual magazine called SESA Insider, which was designed and developed by the team from scratch. It provides informative articles on upcoming technologies and topics curated for the students' benefit and updates on things happening in the department. Now, recently, we have been working on establishing a finance club. It is imperative for students and engineering graduates to learn about real-world finance. Now, without proper knowledge and planning, managing money is a very difficult task. So to develop financial acumen among our students and to give them a gist of how real-world finance works, we have already started a series of weekly posts giving financial insights. A tree plantation drive was organized on the account of World Environmental Health Day. The team took a day amongst nature and planted saplings as a way to give back to our earth. On another day, the community was encouraged to feed stray animals as a way to show our appreciation for animals. Now, students were asked to share these photos of feeding animals, which were then posted on our social media handles to motivate others to do the same. It built a strong foundation of humanity in the team and the community. Now, on a separate note, mental health has become a majorly discussed topic within our community. And to do our part, an initiative known as Empty Your Heart was taken up by PCCB ACM. Here, we encourage students or anyone interested to open up about the issues they are facing and unwind their thoughts. This takes place in a secure space. That is, no one's identity or discussion is revealed. This provides participants with a safe way to express themselves without the risk of getting judged. Now, these were just some major events. Other than these, frequent competitions such as debates and extemporaries to develop the soft skills of all students and to increase community engagements are also being held regularly. This has been a brief overview of some of the activities that PCC ACM Student Chapter has conducted. We look forward to getting inspired by the best practices of other student chapters and also to learning new ways to serve our society. I thank Chitkara ACM Student Chapter for this opportunity. The summit so far has been great, and I look forward to the rest of it. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. So thank you, Soham. Really good social and technical work. Keep it up. So now, next, I would like to invite the representative of the third position holder, Chitkara University ACM Student Chapter representative. They are also host for today's Grand Chapter Summit. So, Mr. Saksham Agrawal, please go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, thanks a lot, ma'am. Yes, please let me know once my screen is visible. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and your screen.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot, ACM India, all the esteemed chair members, Chitkara University, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, our Dean, Dr. Meenu Khurana, and Dr. Sarabjit Singh, our faculty advisor, for providing me this opportunity. So I am speaking on behalf of Chitkara ACM Student Chapter. So Chitkara ACM Student Chapter was formed on 28 February 2010, and we have members from computer science, BCA, and IT departments. And we are a growing society, nearly 250 members, and still growing. So talking about our faculty advisor, Dr. Sarabjit Singh, he is the backbone of our society. He's just associated with ACM from a long time, since 2016. Next. I am Saksham Agarwal. I am currently serving as Associate Software Engineer at MAQ Software. I am ex-president of Chitkara ACM Student Chapter. I am currently a fourth-year student in Computer Science Engineering in Chitkara University Institute of Engineering and Technology. So current chair is Parth Sharma. He is currently studying in fourth year in Computer Science Engineering. So our past achievements in 2020. So in 2020, we bragged Honorable Chapter Award in ACM India Council Best Student Chapter Awards. So apart from that, we also won Outstanding Community Service Award in ACM Excellence Awards 2021. And we are extremely proud to just represent ACM India at global level. Our chapter also won 2 times chapter spotlight in ACM chapter newsletter. The first one was for digital analytics experts for business transformation, and the second one was for DSP talk on unsupervised learning in data mining by Dr. Devnath Bhattacharya. It was a distinguished speaker program. So what we have done all in the last year for expanding our reach. So first of all, we conducted some national level events, which were a great success. So first was Tech Week 2020. So for one whole week, we conducted many online events during this pandemic. When it just started in nearly August, where there was just 3 to 4 months in this pandemic, and to just provide the students a deep insight on the technologies and just to refresh their mind, we conducted Tech Week 2020 with a week full of events. The next was DSP Talk, as mentioned before. It was conducted by Dr. Devnath Bhattacharya, and it saw nearly 250 plus participants from all across India. The next annual event that we conduct every year is Hour of Code. So during Hour of Code, our team focus was on the students of government senior secondary schools and the local schools of many small villages and towns. So we provided some deep insights of the technology just for their fun, and we just also conducted some games on technology only for their amusement and for betterment. The next was poster making competition. It happened in the month of July. So for this, we just main focus was to create awareness about COVID-19, and just for the students, we just wanted that they should develop deep insights of technology and graphics and designing. So next was Wednesday Wisdom Industry Series. In this, we invited many speakers from all across India for online talks, and it just ran for 2 months every Wednesday. And it was a great success. And as we received the feedback, many students were also able to get good placements inside Chitkara and outside Chitkara University also. The next was a workshop on mental health awareness. It was conducted by Ms. Karuna Khitani from IIT Bombay. The next was a workshop on defensible security architecture. It was conducted by Mr. Mudassir Hussain Wani. He conducted a webinar on defensible security architecture for all the students of Chitkara University and outside Chitkara University. So our next goal was to expand the reach within Chitkara University. So that was the reason that we are a growing society. Like in year 2019, we had just 70 members, but in 2020, we just expanded our members to 250 plus, and we are still growing. That was due to our expanding reach within the Chitkara University. So first was the Code Innovation Series. It was a hackathon conducted for the students inside the Chitkara University, in which many speakers and many experts just gave students deep insights of the technologies, and they were able to develop very good projects, which just gave them the prizes. And they also got some goodies from Incubated, which was our official partner for this event. The next was ideation challenge. So main focus of ideation challenge was to just develop a spirit between the students for the startup. So for this, we just collaborated with ESL Chitkara University, who provided full mentorship to the students. And the first three participants even got the cash prizes and full mentoring so that they can just expand their startups. The next was Vedic mathematics. So Mr. Anuj Gupta, who is alumni of Chitkara University, conducted a numerical ability and Vedic maths workshop for 3 days. And it saw a huge participation from especially the first year students. The participation was nearly of 1,000 students. So next was Codathon 2K21. So Codathon is basically annual event of ACM Chitkara University. So we conducted every year, and this time it was also conducted in online mode, and it was a huge success. Code Champs, it's again an annual event of Chitkara University. This time we got an opportunity to conducted from ACM. So yeah, it saw the students of second year participate, and the winners also got some hoodies and some good prizes. The next was Bootcamp 2021. To just make a feel of pride for the ACM members, this was an event exclusively conducted for ACM members only. So we conducted 4 boot camps for just enhancing the technological requirements of the industry. One was UI UX, the next was web development, the third one was Android development, in which we taught about Flutter technologies, and the fourth one was a graphics bootcamp. So the next is our Chitkara ACM app. So we are proudly presenting a Chitkara ACM app, which was the first one in the Chitkara University by any club. So it was developed by Android team and the UI UX team of Chitkara ACM Student chapter. So it is available on App Store as well as on Play Store. It just gives the brief insights of every event that is going to happen or has occurred in the past. And apart from that, there is also an availability of geotag picture, which was a huge success as it just helped to validate that students were from different parts of the country and attending the event. The next is Chitkara ACM website. So we had an old website, so it was just revamped in 2020. It was developed by the web team and UI UX team of Chitkara ACM Student chapter. The next is about membership. Like I told before, in 2019, we had just 70 plus members. And in 2020, they just expanded to 250 plus members, and it is still growing. The next was our community service, which bragged us the Outstanding Community Service Award in ACM Excellence Awards 2021. So the first was tree plantation drive. The students of Chitkara ACM student chapter planted many trees in their local societies, and this was in collaboration with National Service Scheme of Chitkara University. So for just protection and for just betterment of the society, we planted many trees across our surroundings. The next was COVID awareness and donation camp. It was just to help the local people who cannot just means who cannot just afford food and other things during this pandemic. So we just distributed hand sanitizer, masks, soaps, clothes, and even just provided some instructions of what to do and what not to do during this COVID. Then next was mental health awareness. As explained before, this was conducted by Ms. Karuna Kitani from IIT Bombay. So this was just creating awareness about mental health awareness, as there are we can see many suicides occurring because of the stress that the studies the students take during these days. Thank you.
So very good work, Saksham, your team and you are doing. So big congratulations to the top 3 chapters and their excellent contribution and activities conducted. So congratulations all once again. So now I would like to hand over the session to the organizers. I think we are 10 minutes delayed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Wow. ACM is surely a platform where students are getting a lot of opportunities to groom themselves, and kudos to all the student members of ACM. You are doing excellently here. Now, it's time to satiate your hunger. We anticipate. You have received your lunch via Swiggy, Pizza Hut, or Zomato, and if you haven't received it, then our team is working upon it. You might receive it within a few minutes. You are requested to kindly send us some cool clicks on email ID part1032.cac19@chitkara.edu.in, or you can send your pics to our organizers as well, so that we could be assured you are enjoying your meals well. Meanwhile, I would like to navigate you all to our flagship of knowledge, our temple of learning, Chitkara University, Punjab. So I request Dr. Sarabjit Singh to kindly play a video for taking participants on our virtual campus tour. You all are requested to kindly please be back till 1:55 p.m. as we are going to start with our quiz competition shortly. And all the delegates, members may join at 2:20. As till that time, we'll be starting with our further addresses. All student members.
Good afternoon all. Welcome back again. So this time is for the brain game, and now it's the time for actually a quiz competition, and this competition is only for the student participants. So I hope most of the student participants are here. Yes, students, are you ready for the quiz? Yes, students, you can respond through chat messages as well. So we can wait for 2 more minutes. Yes, student, be ready for the quiz. We are about to start the quiz. So, quiz competition. The theme of the quiz is a roadmap to Asia. And we already shared the instructions with you, the theme of the quiz, and the points related to the quiz we already shared with you. Hopefully, you are prepared for the quiz. So, this is the time for you to win exciting prizes or a cash money like Amazon gift voucher. So we can start with the quiz, and first of all, I'll show you some instructions related to the quiz. So quiz competition, the theme of the quiz is a roadmap to ACM. So general instruction of the quiz. So this quiz comprises 3 rounds. First round is knowledge of ACM India and its activities. The second round is knowledge of ACM tech news. And third round is basic technical knowledge. Each round comprises of 10 questions, and each question is of 1 mark. No negative marking, so you can try your guesses as well if you are not aware about the answer. So time limit to answer the question is 30 seconds. So you need to be very quick. I'm repeating again, 3 rounds. First round is based upon the knowledge of ACM India and its activity. Second round is based upon the knowledge of ACM Tech News. So Tech News is a very important newsletter of ACM. And third is basic technical knowledge. So you people are computing guys, so you definitely know about the technical knowledge of your area. And each round comprising 10 questions. Each question is of 1 mark, no negative marking. And time to guess the answer is 30 seconds. Definitely the prizes for this quiz, and we are providing 3 prizes to top 3 winners. That is Amazon gift vouchers. First winner will get a gift voucher of 4,000 rupees. Second winner will get a gift voucher of 3,000 rupees. And the third winner will get gift voucher of 2,000 rupees. So here are the instructions for the quiz. So first of all, quiz is based upon the Kahoot platform. Same detail already shared with you. So you are requested to log into kahoot.it or download Kahoot app. You have a time of 2 minutes to open Kahoot app, and you can download Kahoot app. We would prefer you to open Kahoot web page, that is website kahoot.it. So you have a time to open Kahoot app. Kahoot app you can open using, you can download Kahoot app, or you can go to Kahoot website using kahoot.it. So if you open, definitely you need to enter a PIN that we will share you soon. One more instruction, very important instruction, whenever you are entering the name, please enter your full name underscore your chapter name. As all the students are from different chapters, so you need to enter your full name and your chapter name. If naming conventions are not like this, then we cannot consider your participation in the quiz. So please enter your name like full name underscore your chapter name. And now be ready for the quiz. So as quiz is using Kahoot app, so you will get the result as the quiz ends. So very frequent, you can get the results. Simultaneously, you are also getting the answers, whether you answer correct or wrong, but the final result you will get at the end of the quiz. So I hope you have opened the website, that is kahoot.it, and we are ready to start the quiz. Can we have a quiz? So you can see this is a Kahoot web page, and the pin to start the quiz is 4653165. Pin to start the quiz is 4653165. Yes, we got first participation. So 17 participants, 18 participants. Wow, that's great. It's going to be a good competition. So we can wait for 1 minute and then we will start with the quiz. Meanwhile, I'm repeating the instruction. Quiz comprising 3 rounds, each round having 10 questions, 30 minutes to answer a question. All the questions are MCQ based. 2 rounds are completely based upon the ACM and its activity. First round is ACM India and its activity. Second round is based upon the ACM Tech News, and third round is your technical knowledge, that is the basic technical knowledge. So cross your finger and be ready for the quiz. Within a 30 seconds, we will start with the quiz. Okay. So let's start the quiz. So we have 30 participants. It's a good count. First round, first question on your screen. Just wait for a second. Yes, round 1. Knowledge of ACM India activities. Countdown begun. 3, 2, 1. And the question on your screen is, how many professional chapters does ACM India have? Very easy question. And time starts now. You have 10 seconds to answer. For 30 answers. Okay, now time for the second question. So please play second question. So second question is number of ACM India magazines delivered. Very easy question. Time over. Be ready for the next question. Scoreboard is also on your screen. Next question is, ACM India 2020 Doctoral Dissertation Award was received by. The options are on your screen. So being a student, we need to aware about these things. Doctoral Dissertation Award. This award is primarily for the dissertation. So as you are a student and in future, you may participate in this activity. Nice. So be ready for the next question. And the next question is, identify the name of below shown ACM India Council member. Must know your council members. These members are doing many activities for the betterment of the society, for the betterment of the students, for betterment of the education, for research and development. So we need to recognize their efforts and we must recognize them. Any of you have met her, you need to identify. Be ready for the next question. ACM India Student Awards are divided into how many categories? So this question is based upon the recent activities of ACM India Awards. So this is a very current topic. We are working in this direction. We are doing different activities just to bag a good position. This time we have a different type of awards. So ACM India Student Chapter Awards are divided into how many categories? 3, 2, 1, and the time over. Next. Question number 6. An education initiative started by ACM to promote computing as well as science in all schools is which initiative taken by the ACM to promote the computing in a school. This is the initiative by ACM a few years back before the NEP 2020 as well. So ACM is working for the students as well that are in the school level, that are completing their education at the schools. ACM is working in that direction as well. So be ready for the next question. Question number 7. ACM India Council is a team of how many leading Indian computer scientists from academia and industry? The options are on your screen. So this question is based upon the number of members in the ACM India Council. So you have a time, 10 minutes, 10 seconds to answer the question. Be ready for the next question. Question number 8. Which event invites research scholar of computer science in India to showcase their recent work, accepted or published? Which ACM activity invites research scholar to showcase their recent work, either published or accepted? So this round is completely based upon the ACM activities, so you must be aware about that. Time over. Next question.
Actually, Sarabjit,
question of this round, select.
Sarabjit, I would like to interrupt here. Is there an option of none of the above in question number 8?
No, sir.
Actually, it is okay. I'll say talk about that later.
Yes, sir. So this is the recent initiative by ACM India. Next question, last question of this round. Select the designation of Himangi Kapoor in ACM India Council. Know your council member. So this is the last question of round 1. Now next round, be ready for the next round, and the next round is based upon the technical content delivered by ACM through ACM Tech News. That is completely technical content. And the content is based upon the recent activities, recent ACM Tech News shared by the ACM. And with this round, we have a winner of this round like this. You can see on the screen, but yeah, the final winner we get after round 3. Can I have the questions for second round? Unshare it and then share. So second round is completely based upon the ACM Tech News. We are getting ACM Tech News from ACM, and the content is based upon the recent research work, recent development work in the field of computing. So again, you need to enter a new pin for this game, this second round. And the pin for this round is 6971678.
Can you repeat?
So you have a time to enter a pin for the second round. The pin for second round is 6971678. So be ready for the second round. Pen is again 6971678. So I think we can start the quiz. Round 2, knowledge of ACM tech news. And the first question on your screen, name the opportunities unlocked for women and girls to participate in science and technology by Rosen and Capito. This is the recent opportunity. This question is completely based upon the content of ACM tech news. And the next question on your screen is percentage of STEM workers which were accounted in 2019 census. Again, difficult question. Question is based upon the content of ACM Tech News, recent article of ACM Tech News. Question third. According to the study of University of Roosters, which technique is used for robot to gain animal social dynamics? Complete technical question again based upon ACM recent tech newsletter. Question number 4, built-in scanner to detect illegal images are proposed by researchers in which college? Time over. Ready for the next question. Which of the world's largest retailer is using fully driverless truck for their business? So you need to identify the business for which they are using fully driverless trucks. Question number 6. Time machine framework by University of Birmingham uses AI to inform future decision about which? So this question is based upon the very recent article of ACM Tech News. You have 5 seconds to answer. Seventh question of this quiz. Name the university whose researcher developed a technique to predict rare mountain plants through aerial drones. Tech News magazine provides us the recent trend in the field of technology, in the field of research. University carried out research, university doing current research in the fields. All the information we are getting from ACM Tech News. Next question. The International Boxing Association used artificial intelligence system to detect to judge the player, to manage the scoreboard, to evaluate judge and referees, to control the audience. Second last question of this round. Name the chip developed by researchers at China University to facilitate quantum communication. So quantum communication is one of the emerging fields. Quantum computing people are using for different research work. So last question, very easy question. Frequency of providing tech information by ACM Tech News. So how many times we are getting ACM Tech News? Within a week or within a month? Once in a week, twice in a month, once in a month, or maybe more than 2 times in a week. So very easy question. Stop share कर देना. So we're done with the second round. That is a knowledge of ACM Tech News. So with this round, I can say that we need to read the ACM Tech News letters. So very frequently you get ACM Tech News letter. So be ready for the second round. Be ready for the third round. So third round is very easy round as compared to first two rounds. Third round is totally based upon the simple basic questions of technology and computing based upon your subject. So this round is comparatively easy based upon your basic knowledge of technical concepts. The pin for third round is 3257-625. Three two five seven 625 pin for third round. Round based upon your basic knowledge of technology and computing, subject specific knowledge, basic knowledge of computing, based upon the concept that what you are studying in your curriculum. Start within a minute or two. 14 people have joined. This round is easy and we are expecting full participation in this round. 23 participants have joined. We are expecting few more. As in the first round, we had 30 participants, but now 23. So we are just waiting for a 30 seconds and then we will start with the game. Okay. On the rest for final round, and the quiz start in a second. Yes, please start the quiz. Round 3, basic technical round, very easy round. First question, identify the correct option used for sharing and pooling the resources in cloud technologies. Cloud we are using everywhere. And we want to pool and we want to share the resources using cloud technology. So which is the correct option you need to identify? You have only 15 seconds to answer. Second question on your screen, be ready for that. Identify this technology. The technology symbol is on screen. You need to identify the technology by the logo of the technology. Looks like a power button, but actually not a power button. So you need to identify it. Next question, question third on your screen. Select non-proprietary spatial data set available for the development. If you are developing something using spatial data, then which one is a non-proprietary nature? Very easy question, remembering question. Technologies we are using in daily life, today we are also using this. But we need to identify non-proprietary. Next question, fourth question on your screen. Representation of data structure in memory is known as, very simple, very simple question. It's for those who missed a correct answer in the previous question. They can score good marks in this question. Next question, again, it will be an easy question based upon the basic technical content. Which of the following needs to know to measure the ROI for a campaign? We are designing website, we are developing website. Which measurement unit is used to identify the ROI response of the website? And the last second on your screen for this question. Next question, sixth question. OS X has which kernel? Operating system, and operating system, X operating system. So we need to identify the kernel as per the name OS X. Seventh question on your screen. Transient operating system code is a code. So we are doing coding, we are using operating system, but no transient code every time. So you need to identify which transient code. What is the purpose of transient code? Transient operating system code is a code that may be fixed in the memory, maybe comes and go, maybe remain active, etc. Eighth question on your screen. Which of the following IoT networks has a very short range? Know that IoT, know the range, but the short range we need to identify. Is it a short network or a Sigfox? Sigfox we are using very frequently, but LPWAN is also there. And this is what? Short range wireless network. Maybe short network and Sigfox are also there. Be ready for the second last question on your screen of this quiz. Network operating system runs on very easy. So last question will be on your screen within a few seconds. And after this, we are done with the quiz and result we will announce very shortly. Identify the one-to-many relationship among the following. Database we are using. Database is a core, but we need to identify the relationship. Any development that can be database and can be system development, we need to identify. Very easy question in this round. We have very easy questions based upon the basic knowledge of your computing technology. And with this, we covered all the 30 questions. So result we will declare very soon. As you know that for all the rounds, we have separate results. So we need to compile all the rounds and shortly we will share the result. So thank you, student, for the participation in the quiz. So with this quiz, I want to say that you need to be active with ACM activity. You need to participate in ACM activities. You need to participate. You need to check the ACM magazines, content of ACM magazines. Through this content, we can aware about the recent research, recent activity, recent development activity in the field of computing and technology. So these activities are very important for us. So thank you all for the participation in quiz.
And Sarojit, have you announced that there are prizes for this quiz as well?
Yes, sir. So we have top 3 prizes. All the winners will get top 3 winners will get Amazon vouchers. First winner will get Amazon voucher of 3,000 rupees, and second winner will get a voucher, Amazon voucher of. First winner will get an Amazon voucher of 4,000 rupees. Second winner will get Amazon voucher of 3,000 rupees, and the third winner will get Amazon voucher of 2,000 rupees. After announcing the result, after that you will get an email from the organizer for the Amazon vouchers. So all the best, and definitely you will get the prize. Top 3 will get the prize. So again, I request Gitanjali ma'am to session chair the presentations of chapter 4 to 10 in the sequence number. Meanwhile, we will play the videos.
So thank you, Sarojit. It was excellent session conducted. The questions were good. So thank you for that. It was change for the students.
Yes.
So good. Yeah.
Thank
So now we had excellent presentations from top 3 chapters, and definitely I'm sure like now this time the competition will be tough, like all the chapters who are seeing this particular presentation are motivated to conduct more and more events. And this time we will see more competition, tough competition, and it will be hard. So before moving for this year's prizes, let's continue with chapter number 4. To chapter number 10. So let me share my slide, 1 minute, so that we will first have like which chapters are there. Who's Sarojit, I think screen sharing is not enabled for me. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Just wait for a minute. Yes.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so for next chapter, we have 2 minutes presentations. They have prepared videos of 2 minutes of their activities from chapter number 4 to chapter number 10. And we have clubbed it together and we have made one video in order to show it at a glance. I hope you will enjoy it. So let me announce, as you know, like first 3 chapters were PICT ACM Student chapter, Pimpri-Chinchwad College of Engineering ACM Student chapter, and Chitkara University ACM Student chapter. These 3 presentations are over. I think still I haven't got any access. So 4th one is Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani. 5th is IIT Dhanbad. 6th one is VIT University ACM Student chapter. 7th one is US ICT ACM Student chapter. 8th one is MUJ ACM Student chapter. And further we have 9th one. which is Velagapudi Ramakrishna Siddharth Engineering College, and 10th one is RAIT. So out of this, for 4th and 5th, that is Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, and another one IIT Dhanbad, we have not received any video. So now we will play the videos of from the 6th rank to 10th rank as I read. So according to their sequence.
Ma'am, you can see the PPT now.
No, still the access is not granted to me. I can't post disabled participant screen sharing. I don't know. So it is fine. Now I read the chapter numbers. So you can play with video if you have, otherwise.
Yeah, ma'am.
Now I have access, right? Good. Yes. Thanks. I hope my screen is visible. And these are the ranks. We had nice presentations by this top 3 students chapter. And for these two institute student chapter, we haven't received any video. And from 6th onward, we will have one combined video now, which is of 2 minutes. So I think I'll go for that. And further, I have something to share with you.
Should we share the video now?
Yes.
Okay, fine, ma'am. Fine, ma'am.
Yeah, can you, whether the audio is, whether it is audible?
Yes, ma'am, it's perfectly fine.
Can't take it back, but we could freeze this frame. It could stay the same. Some things don't last, but take up time and space. Let it be your face. I wanted to pick me off my feet, ripping my heart off my sleeve, even if it's for a night. Wanna believe that gravity never get hold of you and me. Yeah, I'm faded in this fantasy. Yeah, we could stay. Yeah. So come on over, pull me closer. Why don't we stay? And I get older, like we're supposed to. Why don't we stay? Why don't we stay? Why don't we stay? I'd rather say I forgot the bad parts and kind of flaws. Running from trouble has got us this far. Why should we stop? I wanted to pick me off my feet, ripping my heart off my sleeve, even if it's for a night. Wanna believe that gravity never get hold of you and me. Yeah, I'm faded in this fantasy. Yeah, we could stay. So come on over, pull me closer. Why don't we stay? And I get older, like we're supposed to. Out of your mouth, you wish you were someone else. I miss you, but I know we miss your old self too. Silver once golden, there's only so much holding on. You can't take when your mind's at stake. Oh wait, do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you. You gotta do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do.
Welcome again this 1 week custom course or some training program on cybersecurity and forensics.
Invented the first electromechanical sample of the AI-based system. rating of 91. The base price of crore. It's an international batsman.
I can't fix feels heavy on your chest. I wish I could carry the weight all on my back.
We started the year 2020 with our biggest event, MEG Hacks 4.2, our national level hackathon. This long run of solutions was followed by the CS Ed Week. And then, when the world closed its doors and opened its screens, we put our whole heart and soul into keeping up with the world of tech. We collaborated with other student chapters to build our community relations, rebranded our website, and taught the students with projects and papers using the various different platforms across the globe. We conducted our flagship Codathon and other web development events to enrich the students with their development skills. We had something for our seniors too, with their placement preparation or scratch their entrepreneurial mind. During the entire year, our competitive programming side was always on the move, but we couldn't leave behind other computing domains. We believed in the power of open source, and to celebrate the Hacktoberfest, we conducted a couple of events. The students were dreaded of the pandemic, so we mixed up things for the students to learn how gaming works, and side by side conducted our gaming competition where we invited streamers to enlighten the tournament. ACM India has always had their fair share of events which thoroughly reached our members. To keep up with the social awareness aspect, MEG ACM Student Chapter was active in collaborating with companies and providing the knowledge on our social media platforms via tech series post, did you know series post, or blogs on our website. Even though 2020 was a year all of us would like to forget, MEG ACM Student Chapter could not forget our corporate social responsibilities, where we taught the underprivileged students in and around the city about the tech that could empower to improve their lives. We extended our support to the local NGOs to help them develop themselves on a virtual level. We promoted the Beautiful Worlds Matter initiative within our network to impart this knowledge by ACM. During this pandemic, we were able to improve our social media presence by a margin. That was all from 2020. See you all the next year. Signing off, MEG ACM Student Chapter.
So really very different kind of and different event all the student chapters came to know through these videos, and I'm sure you might be amazed with all the events which are conducted by different chapters, and you are very much motivated to conduct that events in your campus. For any chapter to conduct the event, they require resource person and another one is funding. So here I would like to share one more thing with you all. So that is 1 minute. Yeah, I think it is visible to you. So there is one scheme that is by AICT, that is scheme for promoting interest, creativity, ethics among the students, SPICES. And under this scheme, the chapter which is applying, it is not specifically only for ACM chapter, any chapter or any student club can apply for it, but all ACM chapters can take benefit. You talk with your chapter sponsor and talk with them like this kind of scheme is available and let's apply for that, so that you will get funding for your event conduction as well. So along with industry sponsors, you will get funding from AICT as well for 1 year. So this is one input from my side. And anyways, ACM is taking care of the experts by giving the eminent speaker program. So thank you very much. I hope everyone has enjoyed it, and now we are waiting for the next session. Yeah, thanks. I hand over the.
Thank you, Professor Gitanjali Kale, for providing such kind of opportunities and sharing of motivational videos with all the participant students. Now I request a very respected Dean Research and Dean Academics, Chitkara University, Punjab, and Member International Engagement Committee, ACM India, Dr. Rajneesh Sharma, to kindly enlighten us on ACM India activities and chapter awards. So please.
Yeah, hello. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, everybody. It was really very, very great to see the different presentations, video presentations prepared by student chapters which had performed exceptionally well in last year's student awards, 2021 student awards, performance year 2020. But ACM India has got, and the members of ACM India, of course, have got a very, very big heart. And since last couple of years, one thing which was consistently being received as the kind of feedback, that there is only one award at stake. And only one winner, one institute only had been winning that award since last so many years. And Professor Gitanjali Kale comes from that college only, whom you just heard. Then it was being discussed that different chapters have got different strengths. And for performance year 2021, as you might have been receiving communication from Shekhar Sahasrabuddhe sir time and again, many number of times, 6 different awards have been in place. I'm quite sure you must be aware of this website, which you'll be able to see on your monitors as of now, acmindia-studentchapters.in. The plan of council is to make it as a kind of Facebook of all ACM India student chapters. They should be given so much of opportunity to interact with each other through this platform that they should really feel like visiting this platform again and again. And you know, this is just the beginning. This portal has been developed only a couple of months back. And on this portal, whatsoever information related to student chapters has to be conveyed by ACM India Council, so that will always be available. And as far as awards for 2022 are concerned, performance year 2021, as you can see on screen, there are 6 awards at stake. Outstanding Chapter Website Award, Outstanding Chapter Activities Award, Outstanding Community Service Award, Outstanding Recruitment Program Award, Emerging Chapter Award. And with all these awards, there is a cash prize associated, which is 20,000 Indian national rupees. And then whichever chapter will be performing best in all these 5 different domains, they'll be eligible for winning the Outstanding Chapter Award India, which will be carrying a value of 50,000 odd rupees. I encourage you to visit this website and know more about how you can win this award by clicking on this tab where I just click read more, and all the details are very much available over here. So one request only, that please keep on visiting this website very often. I'm sure many of the chapters might have already created their personal logins on this as well, where it is written enter your space. It is very simple process. You're supposed to create your username and password and provide all the details about the office bearers in your respective student chapter. And then you can keep on feeding in the details of all the activities which you are conducting in your respective student chapters through that portal. And the portal has been designed in such a way that whichever activity you report, so that keeps on getting updated here automatically. And in fact, you can simultaneously, one more thing which you can do, you can simultaneously announce any forthcoming activity which is supposed to happen in your campus through this portal also. I don't see any of the chapters really using that facility as of now. So, but start using that facility. There is definitely another plan that every month, one of the chapters, which will be feeding in maximum number of activities, which will be very active on this portal, that will stand featured on this website also. Like with this, for this month, this particular Simmhan College of Engineering Pune has been featured. Up to a couple of months back, this PCEOE Institute was featured. So every month, one new chapter will be featured over here. And keep on performing, keep on rocking, keep on organizing a large number of ACM activities, and keep on doing exceptionally well in your respective fields as well. It is so great to interact with student community also. Wish you very, very all the best. I would not be taking much of time. There is a separate session later after this panel discussion as well. I see Professor Chitra is already waiting for that panel discussion to start. So we'll come back to you if there are any questions, to answer to those questions in the later on session. Thank you so much, Professor Kamali. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for motivating our participants. It's rightly said that great things are not done by impulse, but by a series of small things that are put together. Now I request Professor Chitra Babu, Assistant College, Chennai, to chair the session and initiate and manage the panel discussion session on how to build your skills and profile to have a dream job. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, please, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Now we will get started with the panel discussion. Kindly share the bio slides of the panelists. Please share the bio slides.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Mr. Kamali, you can stop my sharing.
Yeah. You stop sharing.
I'm unable to stop sharing from here. Professor Kamali, please tell the IT guy to stop my sharing, and then Professor Chitra Babu's screen can be shared.
Okay, fine, sir.
No, actually, you have to share from your side. Sarojit said he will share from your end.
Yes, Chitra. Yes, Professor Chitra. Sarojit will be doing that.
Yeah. Okay. In the meanwhile, I'll just get started with this. Actually, the background is, students, each of you wish to get into a coveted job offer in top-notch companies with attractive pay packages at the end of your undergraduate degree. So it is not just about the money alone, right? You all would like to be working happily day in and day out, and also derive a lot of satisfaction. So each year, several lakh of students are graduating with CSE and IT degrees. Now, how do you differentiate yourself and stand out from the crowd? And what kind of skills you need to acquire and master to land a dream job? So we have very eminent panelists with us today from diverse backgrounds. Dr. Anjani Patsardi Madam, Dr. Abhijat Vichare, and Dr. Sheetal Kumar Ravandale, and Mr. Satish Parniyappan. Please share the bio slides, please.
Ma'am, you have been made as co-host and you have the rights to share your screen. Please take, ma'am.
No, Sarojit said he will share. Please ask him.
Just give us a moment, ma'am. We are doing that.
Okay, otherwise I'll just read from my slide. Okay.
I'm just sharing within a minute. You can see on screen. Yes, it's done. Next slide, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, please go to the next slide for the, yeah. Yeah, so Dr. Ranjini ma'am, she's a professor at the Department of Information Science and Technology at College of Engineering Guindy campus, Anna University, Chennai. So she has very broad research interests in the area of computer networks and security, multi-core architecture, language technology, and also knowledge representation and Indian logic. She has published more than 100 articles in leading international journals and conferences. So she has been running a program called Insight for the past 20 years, which introduces the Indian traditional knowledge systems to high school students, the content of which is also available under Creative Commons license. She has been a member of ACM and IEEE for over 20 years, and she was the founder, faculty mentor of the ACM student chapter at College of Engineering, Guindy. She has also been spearheading a lot of activities in ACMW chapter. She is a recipient of awards such as IBM Faculty Award for Research in Multi-Core Computing in 2008 and Eminent Engineering Personality Award in 2020 and Bimal Krishna Mathilal Logic Prize in 2021. Welcome, Ranjini ma'am. Please switch on your video. Move on to the next slide. And our next panelist is Professor Sheetal Kumar Ravandale, who is the Dean Industry Institute Interaction for all the Pimpri Chinchwad group of institutions, Pune. And he has helped around 22,000 students from across India till date to get jobs through campus recruitment drives in several reputed companies. So he has been felicitated by Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, and Energy Minister Shri Chandrasekhar Bawankule, and for his extraordinary work in the field of training and placement. So he is also a recipient of National Level Award Career Guru in National Employability Conclave, and he is a recipient of National Level Award Employability Enunciator of India 2016 by Rethink India. Welcome, Professor Ravandale. Please switch on your video.
Thank you, ma'am.
And next is our own SSN College of Engineering alumnus who is currently working at Microsoft Redmond, Washington. And so he received his master's, his specialization in machine learning from Johns Hopkins University. And he had earlier worked at a startup named Cube Cinema Technologies and has worked on building software and intelligent solutions for digital cinema. And he also did an internship at the Institute of Mathematical Sciences, where he applied deep learning to understand the ancient inscriptions that belong to Indus Valley civilization. So he also has interned at CMU and Amazon. Welcome, Satish. Hello. Yeah. Satish?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, please move on to the next slide. Then our internal engagement committee member, Dr. Abhijat Vichare. So he's here to join this panel. So he received his PhD in physics from the University of Pune. And apart from physics, he's also interested in the theory of computation, systems programming, and he has extensively worked with the internals of GNU compiler collection at IIT Bombay. And he was a senior scientist at the Computational Research Laboratories Limited, Pune. So currently he has been consulting on system software like compilers and linkers using GNU tools, and is also on the steering committee of the Computing Curricula project, which is a very, that is from multiple countries, people have contributed to this, the CC 2020 effort. So Abhijat has represented India in that effort. He spends roughly half of his time in computing and physics, and the other half of his time in practicing computing. Welcome, Abhijat, for this panel. All of you, please switch on your videos. Now, in the first round, each one of you, please, you can talk like what kind of skills displayed by the student would be really impressive for a recruiter from your own perspective. Please talk for 3 to 4 minutes. And you can also take into account the changed workplace because of the pandemic, the work from home culture, and what are the challenges and opportunities thrown by this changed landscape. Yeah, I would like Ranjini ma'am to go first.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chitra, for the introduction, and thanks for this opportunity. Really happy to
to be part of this panel and share some of my views with all the students here and all the participants in this, the summit. Yeah. So when we talk of, I would like to take, the question in two parts. Okay. So when we talk of students' aspiration, one is getting placed in a plum job, in a great job, and so on. Another is their career growth from there onwards. So, so there are many thoughts that come to my mind when the moment we start talking about this topic. So I'll try to be concise and say a few points that I think would definitely be of use, and at least throw up some questions in the minds of the others as well. Okay. So coming from an academic perspective, so we always say that your strong fundamentals is very important, and so I definitely would start with that. And normally when we talk to, see the feedback that we get as an academic person and who's interested in the welfare of the students, we keep getting feedback from our alumni and also from recruiters who come, and from people from the industry in terms of what is it that they're actually looking for, and what is it that they find is missing in our students, or what is it that they think the students should really be prepared for. So there are multiple things that normally come up when we have these kind of discussions. So one of the things is from an academic perspective, especially when you're looking at the first job, getting placed, it may be part of your campus recruitment or some job that you're looking for. So what is it that people are looking for? Normally you have, often you will find that there are a large number of people who are applying for the job. So they are basically looking at not selecting you first, but they're looking at how to eliminate, and reduce the numbers so that then they can pick and choose from that. So how do you make sure that you're not one among the million, but you are something which is unique? So they should be able to pick you, not just reject you for whatever reasons. So how do you make yourself unique? How do you make yourself noticed? So those are the kind of things that I think students should be looking at. So what are things that you could do for that? Your profile that you have, right? So that's basically what the recruiter or whatever is going to be looking at. So how do you make your profile available? How do you make your profile interesting for the others, noticeable? So if you look at that, I would say you can start right from your first year. Okay, when you start your career, your engineering education as such, every subject that you're studying related to computer science and related to all the other fields that are there, the applications that you're studying, I think in each and every subject that you study, you should be concentrating on the practical aspects of it. So for every subject, if there's a project that you've been asked to work on, even if you've not been asked to work on a project, you should be able to come up with a project that you are able to work on, and that should go as part of your profile. So I would say project after project after project in every subject that you study, if you start working on it seriously, by the end of your 6th semester or 7th semester, when you're ready for placement, you will actually have built quite a big profile of yours, and make all this available today on platforms like GitHub. So that the work you've done and the progress that you've made is available for others to see. Right? So this is one, I think, technically speaking, this is one important aspect to look at. And as you go through these projects, so one part is your academic projects kind of a thing. So another is projects which are useful for the society. So I'm sure each and every one of you are seeing so many problems that are faced by so many other people, and you can always think of how technical solutions can be provided for that. So you could work on small projects either in groups or as part of activities like ACM student chapter or other student chapters, and come up with some creation of yours that also which will also add to your profile. So this is another thing that I always feel is very, very important. And I always had the feedback that these are the things which actually make a difference for a student. For instance, when our students from CEG, when they come back to us and they say, and when I ask this question as to what has differentiated you from the others when you are on a job? So they say the fact that we've worked on so many projects as part of our curriculum itself gives us that advantage that in a job, when we are given a particular task to do, we are able to get onto it much faster and do it in a much more logical and analytical manner than the others. So that so this logical thinking skills and analytical thinking skills that people are looking for, that naturally comes to you. So when you do these kind of things, this is one thing. Third thing I would say is be aware of latest technologies. So often we find that many students are not really familiar with latest technologies. And technology for us is changing so fast. So we just have to be up to date on that. So I would say that students should at least be able to say, okay, these are 10 technologies I know. Okay, I know I've done some, there may be one or two which I have worked on, but the others, they should at least be able to say, these are things that I know, I'm willing, I've started learning about this. I may not be an expert on this, but these are things that I'd like to try out. So I think that kind of, that overall profile, if they have, I think that would make a lot of difference. Yeah, I think I've taken a little, 3-4 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I think you summarized it very well. The importance on the understanding of fundamentals as well as the emerging technologies and also the project-based learning. Very, very important. Now, Dr. Ravandale, so can you give your views? You have been part of this placement association. You are the president. So from your perspective, what do you think are the important skills the students should acquire?
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to Team ACM for giving this opportunity, and it's really a great initiative. So as far as skills are concerned, I think yes, all the skills, including academics, aptitude, technical, programming, as well as analytical skills are important. Then at which step students should do what? So I think programming language, either C++ or Java, students should prefer initially. I'm talking in perspective of getting dream job. Maybe for our students, it will be product companies with higher packages. So C++ or Java, they should do either in the first semester, and then maybe they should go ahead with data structures, algorithms, as well as advanced data structures. This may take another 2 months, we can say. And then students have to solve around 200 to 250 problems on DSA as well as ADS, and maybe topics like arrays, graphs, maybe linked lists, and the student should go on solving as many problems as possible. Then in the third semester, students should actually start participating in different contests, maybe like as far as Google is concerned, then GSOC, Google Summer of Code is there, Google Kickstart is there, Google Hashcode is there, Google Code Jam is there. Apart from that, excellent competition of yours, ACM ICPC is one of the best. Then Microsoft has certain opportunities like Microsoft Student Partner, Microsoft Student Associate. So this program students should participate into. Apart from this, students should also go ahead with Microsoft Imagine Cup, Microsoft College Code Competition, right? Then they can also go ahead with maybe summer camps of IITs, ISCs, or NITs. And some videos, maybe as far as product companies are concerned, William Fissett's videos are there. Those videos are really good. Apart from that, maybe Narsiha Karumanchi's book is there, which is really good for this kind of preparation for product development companies. Then students should also participate in competitive coding. They should have star rating, maybe starting with maybe for beginners, Lead Code is better. Then 30 days coding.com is good. And then in the medium level, or also we can say free code camp is there. Then maybe HackerRank, HackerEarth are there. And once they are doing well in this initial kind of what we can say initial or medium level coding competitions, then afterwards they should participate in CodeShape as well as Code Forces, which are bit on the expert level, we can say, or top coder also we can consider. And for that matter, Geek for Geeks is also a good website for the students. So they should be part of this. Their profile should be really good on this. Then apart from this, internships they should prepare maybe in top companies like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, then Adobe is there. So on all the websites of these different companies, students can be lucky if they are from IITs, NITs, or top-notch colleges, wherein companies go for internships. But if they don't, then on their career page also, they allow these opportunities for the students. So in the 5th or 6th semester, or even from the 3rd semester, those who are excellent students in the 2nd year itself, from the 1st semester in January, some of these GSOC or these competitions, the students can participate. Apart from that, internships benefits, we know PPOs or normal campus recruitment drives can be there. Referral recruitment drives or internship drives these companies conduct. Students should be ready for that. And then at the end, students should also be ready with Interview Bit or Career Cup. These are the two websites wherein excellent kind of questions about the questions asked in the earlier maybe Amazon or Microsoft or Google, you name the company, and that company's earlier experiences are being shared by those people on Interview Bit. So students can prefer that. Apart from that, students should also, while coding space and time complexity, they have to really work upon seriously. And if some topics are to be really done well, then maybe database management, OS, networks, system design, and OOPS, maybe testing up to certain extent, students should be really good at, and they should know which algorithm to apply when. So I think those are really important things. Apart from that, students should write the codes on paper. It will really help them so that whatever may be the topics, maybe trees, strings and queues, recursions, linked lists, tags, dynamic programming. So students should continuously go on practicing. They should have good, as ma'am said, good GitHub profile, etc., so that people can watch at it and they can take the advantage. So I think this will be my initial remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ravandale. That was very comprehensive. I think every computer science and IT student, they should not shy away from programming on their own, making mistakes and learning from that. They should do programming extensively and do projects extensively. And also, actually, the luck favors the prepared mind. So actually, they should go and look at all the past questions asked by the different companies and be ready for such kind of interviews. Very, very well narrated, Professor Ravandale. Now, Satish, so I know that you started doing projects from the second year onwards, and also you did internships. So can you talk your perspective and how you got your first job, dream job, and also your current job? Just your perspectives, please.
Sure, ma'am. First of all, thank you so much for this is an honor to be a part of this panel. And I'm currently in a very remote place, so I might be switching on and off my video a bit due to less data available. So yeah, as ma'am suggested, like as Ranjani ma'am said, like it's very, very crucial to be doing projects like one after the other, and it need not be just part of the coursework. Even it can even be part of hackathons, it can be part of an internship, it can be part of anything. And the wide array of skill sets you gain through all of that helps you to pose yourself as a more attractive candidate to the very competitive companies. And as Professor Ravandale also said, like competitive programming is very, very crucial, and we need to be like, that's kind of the gateway that gets you past all of the initial rounds, so that you can like crack the final round and then get into it. So to add on to these, like I am also a recruiter at Microsoft, so I'm just trying to add a recruiter's perspective here. So when I when I interview a candidate, I mainly look for like two unique things in them, like apart from all of these fundamentals, the projects they have, the competitive programming skills they have. I look for the customer obsession, which is basically like when you're designing software for a company which serves like billions and millions of users, you cannot like think from one customer's perspective. It becomes so complex, the problems become so complex. So like one thing I repeatedly see in the like in the students is that are they thinking from like a billion people's point of view? Like how are they thinking about like writing software at scale, and how are they able to write code that can like suit everybody's needs, and do a reverse engineering, like rather than just write code and then hope the customers will like it. And the second main thing is that like when I feel that the candidate has actually done their research about the company and the team they are interviewing with, they will definitely come up with more like ideas on how to improve the product the team is currently offering. Like they'll think about like for example, when I interviewed with Cube, I studied their business and what they did, and I gave them more ideas on how they can improve it and how they can like increase their revenue and how they can increase their user base and stuff like that. So like such very unique things, like because companies like Microsoft like have like a lot of like Amazon, Google, like all these companies have a lot of very highly competitive candidates coming in. And when they want to differentiate between the best of the best, they will look for all these very small things, and they will want to pick the best candidate. And when the student is actually solving the problem, the thought process is more important than actually getting to the best solution possible immediately. Like they can take more time to get to the best solution, but the thought process is very important. Like because we might have thought about the problem in some aspect, but the student might have like given us a whole new aspect, like which is very interesting to us. So like all of those things like make up like will impress the recruiter a lot, in addition to all the like the core skills required. And yeah, like to talk about the hybrid workplace environment, like that is actually very empowering because we can work from anywhere and everywhere, and that like has given us so much flexibility that I'm hearing news that in New York people are working 2 jobs at the same time and earning 2 salaries. And like all of that is made possible only because of like hybrid workplace, and I'm totally for it. Yeah, that's a quick thing.
Thanks a lot, Satish. Which employer would not like a new recruit giving a smart solution to them immediately? I think it's really a differentiator, I guess. Thanks for sharing your views. Abhijat, now, can you provide your views on this? What would you think are the skills or attitude or disposition? So from that angle, what would be attractive to a recruiting company?
Hello, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Chitra, you have asked a very pertinent question, and to be honest, I have been introspecting about this for quite some time, and I'll share some of my thoughts on this one at this point. I have had a pretty mixed up career in academics as well as industry. I have sat as an interviewer, a recruiter part. I have also looked at the curriculum development aspects. So let me sort of bring together some points that really come to my mind for this particular question. I may be a little, how should I say, a little controversial. I would like to really prick a little bit here. What do we really mean by dream job? I would like each student to really ask himself and herself, what is their dream and what do they understand by a job? One of the things that I have observed is that most students come with an idea of a job which is very distinct from what actually occurs in practice. At the end of the day, it is a job, and the way I try to explain students this phenomenon is as follows. I mean, try to imagine yourself as an employer and ask yourself, why would you employ a person who is in front of you? Why would you offer him or her a job? Try to think about various aspects of this question. And one realizes that in the first place, the employer is out there offering a job because there is some work that needs to be done, which means that the first thing that the students must really do is, as a student, one must do is be sure that you can do that job. And that is where practicing whatever you are learning, that becomes important. Yes, fundamentals are very important, as like Ravandari sir just mentioned, that you need to have a good hold on your data structures and algorithms, and many other courses that were mentioned. But I would not say that those are the only fundamental points. The point is understanding those concepts is one part, but applying them in a variety of scenarios is another. So yes, you do need to practice a lot, try to solve as many different problems as possible. And when we say problems from two different perspectives. One is the intellectual perspective, and the other is the coding perspective, where you should be able to write code. Linus Torvalds is very famous for having said this: talk is cheap, show me the code. And that is what actually works in practice. At the end of the day, if you are able to code, only then you survive the job. Oh, that word survive brings me to next thought that I have. It's not just enough to get the first job. That may be somewhat easier relatively, but it's far more important that you survive that job. In other words, by survive, I mean that you actually are able to perform that job and grow there. The reason I'm emphasizing this is, in my conversations with students, I've often found that students tend to look at only getting the job, but I believe students should also worry about a bigger picture, that they have about 40 plus years of a career ahead of them. And over their career, the entire world is going to change, all right, the technology wise in many, many different ways. So one should be thinking about building a career rather than just getting the first job. That is where survival is important. And the one thing that the way you do that is by actually delivering work. This aspect of delivery is something that is critical. You should be able to deliver work to your employer. Think about it. If you are going to employ someone and if they are not going to deliver to you, very soon the conversation is going to go along a very different direction. So when one is looking as a recruiter, when one is looking at students, I am really, I try to look at not only the fundamentals part, but also this side, whether they are aware of what is the reality around them. Industries work according to market. As Satish was just mentioning, you do need to, companies do need to sell their software. And there are that sale is done to millions and billions of people. So if you can think about the real life scenarios about software in terms of at that scale, then that makes a very interesting person to talk to and recruit. So to summarize, let me just say that try to think about why you would employ someone, and the answers will give you many, many directions. Secondly, when you're talking of a dream job, you can definitely dream, you should dream, but when you are thinking of a job, don't only think in terms of being a job applicant, but also think in terms of becoming someone who gives job to some others. In other words, do think of startups also. Let me stop over here. Thank you.
Thanks, Abhijat. Those were excellent ideas. That is, it is very important that the students should be able to think the big picture or their long-term plans, and they should be able to adapt to the changing technologies and changing situations. And in that sense, actually, how much of these soft skills or ethics, the communication skills or adaptation to the environment, all those things are important, and how the students are picking up those skills during their college days. Ma'am, again, I would like to go with you first. How is the college environment helping with these things? Ma'am, you are on mute.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in terms of their skills, I think improvement of communication skills is something that most of the students really need to focus on. See, often what happens is that what anybody looks for when you're looking at solving any problem is clarity of thought. Now, I think students must definitely develop the clarity of thought. This can come as part of their regular education itself, but somehow it's kind of missing in many places. So often when you ask a question, there are no direct answers or no pointed answers that typically students are able to give. They kind of go round and round, they beat around the bush, and then, finally you have to kind of extract the answer from them. Now, as a teacher, you may be willing to, wait and get that answer from them, but the employer is not going to be willing to do that. So they're going to be looking for someone who's able to give them pointed answers. So that clarity of thought and being able to, give that, being quick on your feet, developing that ability to think on your feet. That is something that I think students should definitely develop. And does it form part of the curriculum, or is it something that they need to do other than that? I think both are there. Some of these things are part of the curriculum itself. If you take your curriculum seriously, I think half these things actually get covered. But unfortunately, students don't take the curriculum seriously. They look at curriculum as something that's to be just done with, as something to be just finished off. Take an exam, you say, get some grades and be done with it. And then you want to move on to something else. Instead, it's actually part of your learning, right? So it's supposed to be there to help you learn. They take that seriously and take part in, there are so many activities that they can do these days. And as Abhijat was pointing out, I think startups, I think that's a great place to be in, right? So towards that, again, if you want to look at all those things, so what are the kind of skills that you need to develop for that? So I think there has to be some kind of an introspection in the students as to what would they like to do. So often I have done this in my class when I go out to class the first time and I ask the students, what would you like to be? I ask each and every one. And it's very disappointing when you hear an answer that I want to become a software developer. That's a very, very, very lukewarm answer to give. But definitely they need to think more than that. So why you want to do that? What is that you would like to do? So I think there has to be very, very, I would say, active discussions among the students themselves. See, which is where I think, these activities like, student clubs and ACM student chapters, these actually have to be, they should make it a very vibrant community that should be there in the institutions. That vibrancy I often find is missing in many places. It's there in very small pockets. So we find that there are a small group of students who do these things and they are able to, obviously they find better avenues and so on. But I think that vibrancy is something that should come into every campus. So if that happens, then all these skills kind of get integrated. I think we need to look at how to make those kind of things happen as well.
Thank you, ma'am. The well said, the curriculum need to be taken seriously was very close to my heart. Dr. Ravandale, so how far the communication skills or all the set of soft skills, they play a crucial role in landing a good job from your perspective?
Yes, of course, communication skills are one of the most important, what you can say, it's the most important aspect because if student has good knowledge, he is technically sound, but unless and until he is able to present it, maybe in front of the interviewer or maybe wherever he is communicating with the clients when he is working in the industry. So it makes a lot of difference. Students sometimes take this particular aspect, maybe from metros, if the students are there, then they are because of maybe environment in which they are growing. So maybe because of that, they have that good communication skills, but specifically most of the students who are from rural area or even semi-urban, we can say. So those students should also focus on communication skills and they should develop it a habit to make it a point to always speak in English because English is the business language. So students accordingly, even though they are good in technical stuff, they should also be good in communication skills. For that purpose, to develop these skills, they should have some small groups. Maybe a group of 5-6 people, they can come together in the evening, maybe in the hostel or wherever they are, or online also, and they can discuss one topic. Maybe technical topics they can discuss, but using only no any vernacular or a mixed mode kind of language, but official English language, and they should discuss points. It will definitely help them. Apart from that, if they watch at least for half an hour some discussions on maybe Times Now or BBC or maybe some channels like that, probably it will definitely help them to improve their communication skills.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Technical thing is, if it is one, I think they also need all these other things to follow up with that one to have a 100,000 or 10,000 like that. By itself, I think that the communication skill alone without the technical thing will be a zero, but all these following that one will be a huge value, I guess. Now, Satish, I think that how far these ethical values or professionalism, like in college itself, we used to emphasize coming to class on time or submitting things on time or all these things we emphasize, but we somehow kind of, we never were able to completely impart that. But from a professional environment, what do you think, how much importance is given to these kind of attitudes and the dispositions?
Yes, ma'am. Like like according to me, I think the kind of discipline or the kind of like being punctual, being timely, and all of that is very, very crucial, not just for the company but for you also, because that helps to have a better work-life balance. You don't keep postponing stuff. You as Amazon's Jeff Bezos says, it's not a work-life balance, it's a work-life cycle. So if you actually go to your job and if you do your job well, you go back to your home and spend time with your family happily. And then you go the next day back, because you spend good time with your family, you do your job the next day well. So like being disciplined with respect to the job and being like timely in what you want to do, and like all of that, I think comes more and more with like having to complete like like in in college, like we might not have had like very strict deadlines and stuff, but when you work for a company, it really matters that like in which time you deliver, because that might be competition that is waiting to grab the opportunity, and you want to be like very competitive there and be able to deliver your product faster than the competition, because these days I think who gets the market first matters more than who has the better product. A classic example might be WhatsApp and the other messengers we have. Like there are a lot of other messengers that are very much competitive than WhatsApp, but like WhatsApp is very prevalently used mainly because they did it first. So
thank you, Satish. Thank you. Abhijat, the same question to you, especially you being part of this, the effort CC 2020, which has added this disposition along with knowledge and skills as an important thing to, that is competency-based curriculum you have worked on. So from the disposition angle, so how much important that is for any of these aspiring students? Your views, please.
Oh, sure, Chitra. I cannot emphasize that how important dispositions would be. Let me connect up a few points that Ranjani Madam, Ravandare Sir, and Satish Sir really mentioned. And I use dispositions as the glue that will bring things together. But over here, okay, as an individual, let me give my case. As an individual, I really am not a good engineer. That is, my mindset is not really an engineering mindset. It's more of a, how should I say, a theoretician's mindset. And that's where I did my PhD in physics and theoretical physics, and that sort of has been in my blood. I am a engineer by hard work. It's not a natural inclination. So what do I mean to bring out here? What I mean is, when a certain problem is given, whether it is a industry problem or an academic problem, my basic instinct is to look at the basic principles, etc., that go into that problem and try to see whether all things, where are the things right, where they are wrong, where there are limitations, and where do I need to stretch. That's the kind of a thinking that I have. it's an attitudinal issue. It's a natural instinct issue. In contrast, there are people who are very natural engineers. Okay, I mean, who can, given a problem, come up with a solution and very well deliver it. So when we talk of dispositions, we are really trying to identify these basic characteristics of a human being that can actually be useful in practice. What do I mean by that? I mean, is having a theoretician's attitude, is it not useful in industry? Not quite. In fact, my recent work has been in writing compilers for a new set of chips that are being designed for doing neural networks. Okay, which means I am combining neural networks, machine learning, and those techniques, all linear algebra, everything into compilers itself. And given that the architecture is architectures that are being developed are rather different, it's a significant challenge to actually write compilers for such kind of systems. Now, at that point, you do need to worry about issues like correctness of various algorithms. I mean, given the particular scenario, will the algorithms be correct or not? The point I'm making is there is room for every kind of a mindset. There is a room for every kind of an attitude. But that attitude has to be constructive. So when I try to look at students and see them, and like, for example, Ranjini madam mentioned that students really give a rather bland answer. I mean, I want to be a software developer. What it tells us as people on one side of the story is that the student has, that person does not really have a passion that is really driving him or her. Normally, when you are passionate, you tend to learn a lot of things by your own drive. Your own curiosity drives you, and that is what reflects. If you are such a person, if your curiosity is there, if you have learned out those things yourself, if your hands are dirty, if you have practiced it, then when you are talking at that point, even if your English is not good, if I see that you have known your concepts well, I am perfectly fine with it. At this point, I may appear to be actually contradicting Ravindra sir, but that's not the point. What I'm trying to say here is, if you have done the work, it will show. All right. And as long as that attitude is seen that, yes, I have done that work myself, and this is what I know about the stuff, and this is what I do not know about the stuff, one is in a very good position to get a job. So as far as this disposition part is concerned, our intent in the CC 2020 has been to bring out not only the skills and knowledge part of the person, but the whole individuality. Okay, and there are people who are very, very disciplined, for instance. That's one of the points that just came up. There are people who can present out well. And when we say present out, we do not mean excellent English, or we do not mean great PowerPoint. What we mean is great content. Okay. Or when you have that attitude to go into the minute details, computing at the end of the day will require you to go into very minute details. That is where complexity comes in. So these aspects, that this person is able to go into the details, this person is able to look at things analytically, this person is able to deliver things on time. These aspects together is something that we really need. And when teams get built in industry, it would be great if we know these characteristics of the team members, so that we can build teams that construct out the final product fast. That is the intent behind dispositions. Okay. So that's it.
Thanks, Abhijit. Yeah, thanks for giving a glimpse on that thought process behind the disposition and as part of the competence. Now, especially in this pandemic period, I think the massively open online courses, MOOCs, have been really avenue where the students can go and they can do courses on all emerging technologies to supplement whatever they are learning in their regular curriculum. So on this also, I would like your views. Anyone can go on this. Anyone who would like to opine?
Maybe I can take a first shot at it and be very controversial. I don't think that makes a lot of sense because the curriculum itself is good enough. There are only 24 hours of a day, they don't change. And I would rather have a student spend good time making the foundations that are learned in academics solid. Whenever you try to take a MOOCs course, you are going to spend time there also. And that time is going to come out of those 24 hours. And unless you have your fundamentals right, only then I would suggest you go in for something like a MOOCs course to add value to your proposal job, to your application. Otherwise, I would rather have you focus first on the fundamentals, or rather the things that you're actually doing in your academics. They are usually very sufficient if you take them seriously. I would echo Ranjani Madam's point again.
Abhijat, I understand your point of view. That is what I meant was not like a MOOC instead of curriculum. It is MOOC on top of the curriculum, and whoever is able to handle that, they should be able to do it. Or even for the core courses, there are excellent supplementary material which is available in the NPTEL and all other courses. Suppose if some student, they are not fortunate enough to have good teachers, then they can make use of these material to supplement whatever they are learning as part of their regular curriculum. That's what I meant. So somebody else, if you have a different view, you can share that. Satish, so you have any say on this?
Yes. My point of view would be that like MOOCs make a lot of sense when you want to actually specialize in something, is what I would say. Like, for example, if you want to apply computer science to some biology domain, say computational genomics, or if you want to apply or like dive deep into a specific concept and invent new deep learning algorithms rather than just reuse the existing ones, you might want to actually understand the full theory behind it. And like so on and so forth. Like when the domain knowledge that is required to apply the computer knowledge you already have is very huge, I think MOOCs make a lot of sense. And you can and you get to experience MOOCs from the top universities. Like MOOCs have actually revolutionized the concept that you need not actually go to the university or be able to afford to go to the university to get top-notch education and the right kind of fundamentals and the right concepts in place. So yeah, that's my point of view.
Yeah. Definitely MOOCs have democratized the education. That is, you can get to hear from any great professor from anywhere in the world. I guess Satish, so you were saying that for the kind of job you are doing right now, so these kind of very specialized those kind of courses are necessary. So yeah, of course the student should be willing to go for that extra mile. They should be able to do the regular thing, and on top of that they should be pursuing these things, I guess. Ma'am, do you have anything on this?
Yeah, so actually I think I look at it from the other side also. So teachers also can make use of the MOOC courses to to deliver their content better. So if even if the teachers can identify some courses, point the students to that and say, take a look at these things. So that also kind of helps the students to supplement their knowledge. So definitely, I mean, I also agree that you're not doing it in place of your curriculum or whatever, but definitely to supplement it, I think it's definitely a great idea. And see, another major advantage is that they get to revisit those lectures or video lectures and so on again and again, which is something I think which is missing when you're looking at at a class, for instance, in a one-to-one class. if they miss a particular point, or if they're not very serious in a particular, they're not able to concentrate during a particular class, they miss it. And that kind of sets them back. But if you're looking at supplementing it along with a MOOC lecture, along with that, which is available from, as you said, from top-notch universities and from different people. And see, there are so many different, it's not only top-notch universities, it's also the way the content is delivered. See, often you find that learners are not of the same type. We have different types of learners, right? Do we really, as a teacher, do we really address those different types of learners? We may not. We typically address only one type of a learner. Typically, the type that you are, you tend to address the same type of learner. But with this MOOC courses, when there are so many different ways in which the same subject is taught, same ML can be taught in so many ways, presented in so many ways. Concept is maybe similar, but the way it's presented, when that varies, it appeals to different students in different ways. So I think that spread that you get, I think definitely is something that students should make use of. That definitely I feel there is a great opportunity on that side is what I also feel.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now there are some questions here from the audience. One student, Rohit Sharma, is asking how to define a right career path. Anyone can take it.
I think right career path may be different for different people. So students first have to understand, see, career is almost for 45 years, right? 2021 they graduate and till 60, 65, depending upon the nature of the work, they go on working. So student has to understand where I'm getting the satisfaction. So that choice, suppose I am a computer science student. So in the second, third year itself, student should understand what may be future technologies, maybe cloud or cyber security or maybe data science. So what is my cup of tea, which suits me as well as my capabilities there to excel in that particular field, and I should enjoy that work for not only 8 hours, but we know 10, 12, 14 hours also people have to work in this cutthroat competition. So the students should choose a career wherein they get this satisfaction because they will work hard. And even though they will work for 12, 14 hours also, they will enjoy it. And once they see the result, automatically their motivation will be again at a next level, and the chances of becoming successful in whatever career they are choosing will be pretty high. So students should understand first what is there in the platter kept for me, and then they should be able to choose. That is what my thought.
Very, very well said, sir. Actually, just because deep learning is the in thing today, so everyone should not get into that bandwagon unless you like it. It may be that you may like solving security problems more, then you should go into this kind of attending CTF contests or get into cybersecurity kind of career. So you need to ask yourself what exactly you would like to do for a very long period of time, I guess. Anybody else would like to
I would
say?
like to add another pointer. So I think what's also important is, especially in this field, technology changes so fast. There are so many different things that you have to learn along your way. So I think what you have to do is enjoy learning. I think that will help you to really define your career path, because you are not going to be able to see beyond a certain number of years right now. Okay, maybe 5 years, you can kind of see where things are going. But as you go along, you'll find that every now and then there are new technologies that are going to be coming up, and you have to be learning continuously. So that lifelong learning or continuous learning is something that has to be there, and that will not happen unless you enjoy learning, and enjoying to make things. So I think that's what kind of defines an engineer, right? So you have to be a maker. You have to be making things. So I think that if you develop that attitude to enjoy learning, and take on challenges as they come along, so that will automatically define the career path for you.
That's very, very nicely said, ma'am. Yeah, lifelong learning is a very important thing, both to students as well as teachers, I guess. So we have to learn.
To everybody, I think, whether you're in the industry or in academics, especially in the tech field. I see, and how many of us knew about cybersecurity or cloud or whatever when we started off, right? When we started our career, then we did not know any of these things. I started with COBOL programming, right? And then we have learned so many things as we come along. And I think that's what makes it enjoyable. So many different challenges that we keep facing and we learn. And that is what the students also need to pick up.
Yeah. Are there any more questions, students?
Just a quick note to the start on that. Like, sorry about that. So, like I get frequently asked by like a lot of my juniors that how do I find my passion? Like you were talking about, like you talk about you should do the work you love, you should do what you like keeps you awake in the night and all that. But like, how do I find them? Like I would say, keep trying different things. That's the only way possible. Like keep trying out different projects, keep trying out different like domains, learn about different stuff, and you will find your well, like what you like, and just keep pursuing that. And it's not kind of fixed at all. Like I've seen people who have worked like 10 years in the corporate and then they start up and then they go so huge that they become unicorn stuff like startups. So your career path is never fixed. It's always dynamic. Just take the plunge and just keep experimenting. That's the only thing.
Just a specific question to you, Satish. So earlier you were working with a startup immediately after your undergraduate degree. Now you are working with Microsoft, one of these top-notch companies, established companies. So how do you differentiate the work cultures in these two places?
At Cube, I feel like I own products end to end. I wrote code from scratch, and I kind of worked from writing the first file to deployment to monitoring to testing, everything I was doing because it was a startup. We only had like very few people. I would say when you start your career, rather than going into big corporate companies, I would highly recommend people to go into startups because you get to experience the entire life cycle of the software company. And you can choose in which area you want to focus on, and you can dive deep into it. And I figured out that applied ML was what I wanted to do after working at Cube. And I did my master's to make my like mathematical skills more concrete, so that I can go like. But when it comes to Microsoft, the main thing that differs is the scale at which I had to think. Like back at Cube, it was just few thousand users, and my code was not that robust robust enough. It can be very experimental. It can be like it can use the latest bleeding edge technologies with all of the bugs. It's okay. But when it's Microsoft and billions of people are using it, every single line you write needs to be very secure. You need to make sure the user's data is handled very securely, all the data privacy laws, all of the legal stuff that comes with it. Like to just make a small code change, it takes weeks, which just took me a day at Cube. So that's the difference, I guess.
That's a very valuable insight you have given, Satish. I think while coding or while doing projects or programming at the college level, these kind of quality requirements are not taken seriously. I think the students should at least give some level of importance regarding writing secure code and reliable code and all that. There are some questions now. Dhananjay is asking, after some years of experience in the industry, if a person is not feeling good about his career in that particular field, is it wise to change your career, and what is a wise way to do so?
Who wants to take that?
I can try. So like, because I made such a switch, like I was a software engineer initially. I was not into machine learning. I knew machine learning all that, but mostly I was a service building. I was more into like building APIs, servers, like all of that stuff. But once I discovered that I love machine learning more than this, because I would say make the transition smooth rather than just abruptly switching to it. Like what I did was I started developing services for machine learning models instead of directly starting to develop machine learning models. In that way, I got to work with the machine learning engineers more closely, and I knew how they are working and operating while still working with service stuff. And once I gained all of the relevant knowledge with and then I made a whole switch to become a full-time applied machine learning engineer and move away from service engineering. So I feel like finding the sweet spot and trying to make a gradient change from one to another is the best possible way to go about it.
Thanks, Satish. Thank you. And next question is, will there be a difference if we do internship in small companies rather than big companies? or even the internship at a small company, will it be helpful? This is a question from Yagnesh. Yeah.
Let me take a shot at that. I think internship from any company would be fine as long as you can demonstrate exactly what you have done and your interviewer, recruiter is able to see what is your contribution very clearly. What matters at the end of the day is if you can deliver. So internship, whether you do it in a small company or a big company, well, it does not really, I would not really attach much importance to it. As long as I can see what you have done well, whether whatever you have done well, that's fine.
Thanks, Abhijat. Now, I would like one sentence from each one of you, like what would be the crucial thing or the skill, something which the students should have for a bright career. Just in one sentence, if you have to tell them, each one of you.
I would say find your passion.
Yeah, Professor Ravandale.
Yeah, right attitude, I will say, right attitude, and to understand the company in which or the sector in which you want to enter, and the right attitude to go ahead in the path.
Satish?
I would say be curious. I'm just copying what Steve Jobs said, but that has so much in meaning to it. Be curious in every single aspect of it.
Abhijat?
Well, I'd say a little extra here, do what only you can do.
Great single liners, one liners. Thank you so much, all of you, Ranjini ma'am, Professor Ravandale, and Satish and Abhijat. In fact, my special thanks to Satish. So he's getting married day after tomorrow, and in spite of that, so he obliged and he participated in this panel, and that kind of shows his commitment and his sincerity. I wish him well, and I thank Ranjini ma'am and Abhijat and Professor Ravandale also, and everyone has given very insightful thoughts, and I think definitely all the students would be greatly benefited by these takeaways. And I would like to thank Chitkara for hosting this student chapter summit, and I also thank ACM India for giving me this opportunity to moderate this panel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to Chitkara.
Thank you, panel members, for enlightening our students on all dimensions of their academic journey and their career progression. And congratulations to Satish sir, as you are heading towards your next journey of life. Moving further.
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations, Satish, and wish you all the best.
Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations from you. Yeah. All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All the best, Satish sir.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
It is rightly said that by cultivating the seed of wisdom, one could harness innovation. बात करने से ही हल निकलता है. With profound privilege, I am profuse elated to request Mr. Chandrasekhar Sahasrabuddhe, COO ACM India, Professor Vasudeva Verma, Chair, Internal Affairs Committee of ACM India Council, Dr. Rajneesh Sharma, Member, Internal Engagement Committee, ACM India, for having a discussion with ACM Council members. So please.
Yeah, thank you, madam. I am Shekhar Sahasrabuddhe here. So basically, unfortunately, Professor Vasudeva Verma is unable to join this session. So basically, this session is to ask, to actually answer any questions if any chapter representatives have. So sort of an informal question, ask me anything type of session. So we don't have any particular agenda for it, but with whatever questions are there, which chapter people wants to ask, they can ask. All the internal engagement committee members are available to answer these questions, as well as we also have Dr. Hemant Pandey, Executive Director of ACM India, also available to answer some of the questions. So I think maybe instead of giving the questions in the chat, you can allow them to ask the question directly, that also will be fine.
Mr. Kamali, I hope we have enabled the option for them to raise their hands. So if we see any of the hands raised, then they can be permitted to talk.
Okay, I'll just check, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir?
Earlier, I saw one question in the chat window that what is the duration in which the activities will be considered for the awards, student chapter awards next year. So which was clarified to them, it is from 1st of January 2021 to 31st of December 2021. So the chapters have to be very, very regular in updating the records of the activities which they are conducting on that student chapter portal, which I had shown after the quiz was over. So, Shekhar sir, there is a question from Yogesh C. It's in the chat. Sir, I am Yogesh from VIT AP, ACM student chapter, sir. I want to know how to invite the ACM core teachers to our events or for the webinar talk series, sir. Shekhar sir, you only have to answer that.
Yeah, so actually we have this eminent speaker program where more than 25 experts are listed there, and along with their bio, the topics or titles on which they can give the talk, that is also listed. So there is a complete process defined on the website. You can just check the process there. So earlier there was a travel involved in it, and ACM used to support that particular travel. But currently all the things are happening virtually, so there is no question of travel involved. But in future, we are always looking for these experts should visit your institute and actually talk to students, network with them apart from giving the session. So always take help of this eminent speaker program. Also globally, we have distinguished speaker program that also works in the similar lines. So if the speaker, main thing is if the speaker agrees to your request, then ACM can support all the travel, etc. for that. So complete process is defined on the website. You can just check about it.
At times, Shekhar sir, let me add over here. At times, institutes do feel that whatever is written on the website that perhaps is not true for actual happening. Let me clarify it very, very well. So, I am wearing two hats in this session. One, of course, I'm doing research at Chitkara University, but simultaneously, I'm a member of Internal Engagement Committee for ACM India also. And Chitkara University has been a huge beneficiary of these ESPs, what Shekhar sir just told. So we have been inviting large number of speakers on campus, and that has really helped our students a lot. So, and as Shekhar sir told also, that all the expenditures, as and when do happen, once the speaker gives the consent, those are borne by ACM India. So I feel that every student chapter should definitely make best use of that facility being provided by ACM India. Shekhar sir, am I right in that?
Right. And we also have Abhijat here, who is one of our eminent speakers. So maybe if we can tell something about how this thing actually happens. Abhijat, are you receiving any invitations and things like that?
Yeah, I do receive invitations occasionally, and so when I get when someone approaches me, what we really first do is fix up on a certain time, mutually convenient time. It takes a little bit of a exchange to really find out that sweet spot, and once that is done, then the next part is to really, what I really ask them is, what is it that you really need me to tell them via the topic that you have selected? So I really talk on things like the GCC compiler and stuff like that. So if they ask me to talk on the compiler, then the key point is, what is it that the students need? That is what I try to really find out. And once that is done, the hosts fix the time and date and we go ahead. That typically is the way things happen. And my experience so far has been, well, awesome. I mean, I would not say it's good. It's quite awesome. There are many memories that have been created. Thank you.
And I also know many chapters actually have conducted a series of eminent speaker talks. So recently I saw one of the institute in Bhopal actually conducted this series of every week they hosted one eminent speaker. So it was much easier because everything was virtual, but they actually run it for almost 2 months.
There is another question, Shekhar sir, from Dhananjay Pawar. The question is, when would the application process to apply for ACM India Student Chapter Award start? Also, would it be applicable only to those chapters who received nomination or not? Can I answer this question?
Yeah, I think it's for you.
Rajnish, before you take up that question, remember in the previous question, you mentioned that you want to add something because there are certain things which don't go as per the website. So was there an improvement suggestion, or you were saying that things were working even better than?
It is better than what is written at the website, because chapters tend to believe this thing. Usually the general perception is that your website pe aise hi likha hua hoga. That is, I just want to emphasize on that. It's not so. Whatsoever is written on them, ACM India goes out of way to support student chapters in organizing the activities.
So I think that's a very good point. Perhaps based on what you just said, take example of the ESP page. Okay, perhaps that it is working well. And there are a lot of student chapters. We are not limiting it to student chapters, by the way. Anybody, even professional chapters or institutions, they can invite people. Perhaps there should be something there, testimonials from the speakers or the student chapters. They should go there also. Rather than it being a static page, something which says that, which demonstrates that it is actually working well.
That's a wonderful suggestion. So I think we can definitely do that. Next time a ESP is invited by any of the chapters, we should simultaneously gather some testimonials as well and definitely try to put up on the website. Yes.
Right. So certain evidences.
Yes.
Cool.
So the question is, when would the application process to apply for ACM India Student Chapter Awards start? So the day the portal was enabled, a message was sent to all the chapters with this particular request. In fact, some reminders have also been sent that as and when you do conduct an activity in your respective institute, please update the report of the same on the portal. So the process is already on. Right? Also, would it be applicable only to those chapters who received a nomination or not? I'm not clear about this question. What do you mean to say received a nomination or not? See, there are more than 200 plus chapters affiliated with ACM India. Invite has been sent to all those chapters to register on that ACM India Student Chapter portal. To register on that portal, it is very simple registration process, as I made understood to you earlier also. After that, keep on feeding on the activities. Beyond 31st of December, good analytical tools will be used to assess the performance of all the chapters, and accordingly the names of the winners will be announced. We really don't feel the need of calling for the nominations this year, because we presume that we'll be having all the data about the activities conducted by the respective chapters already available with us. Of course, it depends upon that how many activities you would have fed in over there. Shekhar sir, you would like to add anything to this?
Yeah, so it's a continuous process actually. There is no something like a deadline or something like that. So it works on a calendar year. So whatever activities you have done during the calendar year, you can go on reporting it. And many chapters have started doing it also. Maybe we can give a week or so after 31st December and start working on the analytics.
Yes.
And there is no process of nomination. So it's open to all the chapters.
In fact, the number of applicants for awards has been increasing since last couple of years. As of now on portal, already more than I think around 70 odd chapters have already registered, and many chapters are feeding in their activities on a very regular basis. So that's what the request would be here. Request as well as suggestion: keep on visiting that website very often and keep on punching in the details of the activities very frequently on that. There is another suggestion by Yogesh. So I have a small suggestion that it would be nice if we create a group where if all the ACM student chapter president posts their ACM events in the same place, so that other institute people can know about it and utilize the opportunity. to participate in the ACM India event and learn something new. It is already there, Mr. Yogesh. It is already there through student chapter portal. There is a provision to feed in the details of your forthcoming activity as well. As soon as you start doing that, the rest of the chapters will get to know about that. This is the activity which is supposed to happen in any other campus, and they can always register in that event. It is already there. So I don't feel there is any separate need to create any additional group for the same. This provision is already there. Please use that provision. Shekhar sir, would you like to add anything to that?
Oh, it's fine.
There is another question by Varun Bhutpade. Sir, I had a question. Whenever we want to publish an invite of an ACM on event via mail to ACM India student chapters at listserv.acm.org, how does it work? Because our invite doesn't go out as far as we have tried. How exactly are we supposed to use it? Shekhar sir, it's for you.
Yeah, so that listserv actually has an admin rights. So all chapters actually only have the receiving rights of the announcements. So what we see is that if a chapter has activity which is useful to other chapters, and if they actually send it to us, we definitely circulate it to other chapters also. But if the activity is locally restricted, then we don't post it to other chapters. So for virtual activities, there is a chance that other chapters may be able to participate, or the nearby chapters may be able to participate. So you can always send your announcements to me. I can always see that it is posted to the listserv group.
Any other questions? Whatever mode. You want to raise the hand or you want to type in the chat? Shekhar sir, I don't see any other questions coming up. Maybe we can pass on the buck to host, host of the event, Professor Kamali. Besides that, also, if there are any more questions, those can always be written at the email address acmindia.studentchapters@gmail.com, and those are duly replied. Professor Kamali, over to you. I think we are not having any more questions coming up.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, participants. If any participant has some more question or query to ask, you please feel free to ask. Otherwise, we'll start with the proceedings of valedictory section. Okay, I hope no more queries are there.
Yes.
Now, it is the time for most awaited moment for the students. We are going to declare the result of the quiz competition. So I would request Dr. Sarabjit Singh to kindly declare the results. So please.
Sarabjit, did you ask the participant, did they have the lunch?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did they like the pizzas?
So they got the pizzas. So few of them got on exact time, that is one. But yeah, due to some.
That's all. And you informed them that their registration kits are on the way.
Yes. So all the participants will also get the registration kits. We already dispatched the kit. Maybe in a day or two, you will get the kits. So thank you all for participation in the summit. So now I want to declare the result of quiz. So this was a really a tough competition for students, but now we have 3 winners. So first winner of the quiz is Abhinandan from Institute of Technical Education and Research, Shiksha Anusandhan, deemed to be University Bhubaneswar. And second winner is Aditya Giri from Manipal University, Jaipur. And the third winner is Diksha Bhist from Graphic Era, deemed to be University, Dehradun. Congratulations, all the winners. So top 3 winners will get Amazon vouchers. First winner will get Amazon voucher of 4,000 rupees. Second winner will get Amazon voucher of 3,000 rupees, and the third winner will get a voucher of 2,000 rupees. So result is.
I would request you to keep the screen like this only for a couple of seconds, because they would be definitely interested in taking the snapshots of the same and then show it to their respective parents and head of departments and institute heads that they have won some prize at ACM India event.
Yes, definitely, sir. These students.
Guys, go for taking the screenshots.
So guys, take a screenshot, and you will also get a certificate and an email from organizers regarding the quiz result. And Amazon voucher you will also get very soon. And so result is totally based upon the correct answer, time taken to give the answer, and your registration. Only registered candidates were considered for this result. So thank you. Now I hand over the stage to Dr. Kamal.
Thank you, Sir Haritsa, for announcing the results, and congratulations to all the winners. Hope you will get your vouchers soon. Now the valedictory session has started, and I would like to welcome you all to the valedictory session. It's absolutely true that success is a consequence of sustained hard work and determined efforts. I'm extremely gratified in inviting Dr. Meenu Khurana, Dean Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Chitkara University, Punjab, to proffer vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kamali. Thank you, Dr. Sarabjit. It's a great honor for me to thank, all the participants, all the eminent personalities that we have today in this ACM India Summit. So, respected Professor Jayant Haritsa, President ACM India Council, Mr. Chandrasekhar Sahasrabuddhe, CEO ACM India, Professor Vasudeva Verma, Chair Internal Affairs Committee of ACM India Council, Dr. Archana Mantri, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Chitkara University, Professor Yogesh Simmhan, Swarna Jayanti Fellow at IIC Bangalore, Ms. Shalini Kapoor, AI Director, IBM, Professor Hemant Pandey, Executive Director of ACM India Council, Professor Venkatesh Raman, Member of ACM India Executive Council, Professor Dr. Rajneesh Sharma, Member Internal Engagement Committee, ACM India Punjab, Professor Chitra Babu, Professor Ranjani Parthasarthi, Professor Sheetal Kumar, Mr. Satish, and other distinguished guests, respected session chairs, members of organizing committee, and dear participants. So my heartiest thanks to all of you for being part of this ACM India Student Chapter Summit 2021. At the very outset, my distinct gratitude is directed to the management of Chitkara University for their perfect logistic support and guidance they have extended to all of us. With the utmost admiration, I'm grateful to ACM India Council members and all other dignitaries for their gracious presence. Undoubtedly, I'm honored to have the opportunity to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Archana Mantri, for her exemplary leadership and overall supervision, and for the address. She actually told that it is the moment to be celebrated. So these events need to be celebrated every year. So at this juncture, I would like to recognize especially the serious commitment of our organizing committee for their unfaltering support and ongoing cooperation in organizing this event successfully. I must say, if the program today has been carried out even to the smallest detail, it is all because of the ACM team of Chitkara University. I would like to congratulate Dr. Sarabjit and his Chitkara ACM team for all the meticulous planning that they have done for the past, sometimes rather weeks, I can say. Most importantly, I'm grateful to ACM India for providing us with the opportunity to host this mesmerizing event at Chitkara University. Though it's a virtual, we were expecting it to be, on campus, but yes, next time we can, hope for the same. We are positive that your connectivity with us via student chapter and your interventions and inputs will strengthen our continual search for the institutional regeneration and excellence. I may like to express our sincere thanks to our students for their effort, dedication in taking the student chapter to new heights. And due to their contributions, this chapter has received Global Level ACM Excellence Award 2021 for Outstanding Community Service and Honorable Mention Best Chapter Award. I envisage that the topics distributed analysis on edge and cloud resources and climate technologies and sustainable future that were discussed by our very respected keynote speakers, Professor Yogesh Simmhan and Ms. Shalini Kapoor, have escalated cognizance of our participants, both conceptually and technically, and the panel discussion have imbibed a spirit of enhancing the skill of the students with respect to their future prospects. With this, I would like to extend my best wishes to the internal and the external participants. Please give yourself as participant a big round of applause. Thank you all. I would request the team ACM, Dr. Sarabji, Dr. Kamali to be here. And if the student of the organizing committee are present, I would like to have them on dais. Dr. Kamali, Dr. Sarabji, please do come. And if we have the students, I would like to bring them all over here. So we have the organizing team of students. Please do come quickly. Come. Please. You can come on this side. So we have the organizing team from the student team who have worked tirelessly to make this event a great success. So you can have a big round of applause for their efforts. And thanks to all for making this event a success. And next time we hope to see you in campus in any of the activities of ACM chapter Chitkara. Thank you all.
Yeah, so let me add a thing that actually we were not able to do this chapter summit for last 2 years because we are delaying it that we will be able to do it in physical mode. But 19 and 20 skipping 2 years and 21 also came nearly end. So we thought that let us not skip 21 also. So we had long discussions with Rajnish Sharma, and he took the lead actually in making it successful. So thank you very much. Apart from Rajnish Sharma, we have our internal engagement team consisting of Abhishek Vichare, Chitra Babu, Neil Dhara Mishra, then Gitanjali Kare, Rangaraj Gopal, and ably led by Vasudeva Verma. So this program on everything was checked out by this particular internal engagement committee, and it is very nicely executed by the team Chitkara. So I have been to Chitkara for several times and know the hospitality there, and actually was looking forward to visit Chandigarh, but maybe at some other time. But you have given us a very good feel of having the physical presence also by providing us lunch and this your hospitality. So we'll definitely remember this event and the efforts. So thank you very much, and looking forward to some other activity at Chandigarh where we can assemble physically. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, team. Thank you so much. Great.
Thank you all.
And I see you offline, Professor Meenu.
Yes, sir. Definitely, I'll be there.
Yes, team.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, students. As arms are for those who can use them, so education is for those who can make it valuable. With these words, I would extend my sincere thanks to each and every magnifying force beneath successful organization of this event. I wish everyone future-led as you will be embarking on your next academic adventure. It's rightly been said that achievers are made from something they have deep inside them, a desire, a dream, and a vision. So to foster and imbibe the learning, one should remember that the will to win, the desire to succeed, the urge to reach your full potential are the keys that will raise you to the pinnacle. Thank you all and Jayant. Thank you so much for being present in our today's occasion and gracing. Thank you so much.